Alrighty, then we are going to begin. And I'm first going to begin with just an extended summary of the last time. And I'm just going to go to the Legend Keeper to see what that exactly was. So this story began with Naomi Kawakami, who was a young woman who was training to become a blade master. She was traveling to a vineyard by carriage at the time with Amarissa and someone who was also sleeping in that carriage. And while they were traveling to that side, two other young women were also making their way towards that vineyard for different reasons. But each of them has a unique tale or a unique role here in Concordia. And, well, at the moment that they arrived at that vineyard, immediately chaos broke out because the vineyard was being assaulted by desert Ankeks. And anime sword skills, turning into a sheep, inventions, and gaining her wings. Everything happened at the same time. And eventually you managed to defeat those Ankeks. And, well, Talga fixed that gemstone. Well, did she really fix it? She just replaced it. Because for some reason, that gemstone that was protecting with a magical barrier just went off. It was just entirely drained. Which, when Naomi made her way back to school, to the academy, the water system also had a similar problem, which caused a literal shitstorm to happen and flooding some of the rooms, including the rooms of some of the ladies here. And yeah, the others also made their way back. And someone was instructed by their father to also come to the school. Although at the moment that she accidentally told everyone that, oh yes, I'm the last surviving, I'm the daughter of the last surviving luminary on this side of the continent. Yeah, memory got wiped.
Well, you say about the bedoeling.
Daddy did not like that. But they all came together. They were all assigned new rooms, conveniently with the four of them together, and also received an invitation to a party, a very fancy party, and they needed to go dress shopping. Well, they went dress shopping, and everything was fun and dandy until at some moment Tolga witnessed an injured dragon folk wandering through the streets and seemed a little rude, but they were clutching to something. And then the group noticed that that dragon folk was being followed by some shady individuals. Well, literal chase scene happened, and Rose flying over to keep track of them, and they followed them out of the city towards some ruins on the side of the city. And there they discovered that they were holding some kind of tablet, and those shady sand people wanted that tablet. Vita's wild magic put it on fire, so they couldn't get it, and so some of them escaped. One didn't. One actually remained into custody, and, well, Amidon showed up for the second time and took them into custody. However, in that custody, something happened. First, the ladies went back to their common room, and there Vita also had a strange conversation with Einar. And there she also learned that Einar can read minds, and he can never turn it off. So he always hears thoughts and always hears every feeling that someone experiences. Which is probably related why he's so cold and distant, but there's probably more going on there. Vita was also very, very tearful because, well, when she opened her suitcase, there was a beautiful, beautiful dress in it as well. Just like she was ready. She was ready to go to that dance immediately. And it was given to her by Kathleen. Her, not mother, but mother figure at the moment in the palace of Einar. So it's also a little difficult for her perhaps, that she's now on her own here. But she has her friends. It was then time to get ready for the dance. Everybody got all glamored up. Very fancy, beautiful red dress. Intricate dress with very fancy fabric everywhere. A beautiful seafoam dress. And a bit more of a traditional bluish beautiful dress.
barefooted.
Yeah. Oof. And eventually, this is the image that that has created. And before they got to the Shamsha Leonidas, the very fancy restaurant up north in the city, Amidon came to pick them up. How convenient. Some flirting happened, and at some moment, Amidon said close the caravan carriage, and they heard that this mysterious, the one that they had arrested, literally disintegrated into acid because they were wearing some kind of bracelet and their body just acidified. It was very strange, but they didn't learn anything in that way. So what was going on there? And they got to the restaurant. Well, they still had to wait for Einar, of course. And in the meantime of the session, someone was in heavy conversation with Dimitri. Dimitri, the bartender. And at some moment in that conversation, Dimitri, you are maybe flirting and a bit too forward with him, putting a glass of water in front of her. Like, you need to drink. And
Well, stop drinking.
Stop drinking, yeah. And at some point, Einar appeared into this little side shop. And now it was ready to get time to get ready for the first course and then something more. But before that, we actually are going to do a little flashback. Can everybody just roll me a d20?
Komt ie hoor.
Ooh, natural 20.
Cool.
14.
12.
18.
Well, that means that someone with a natural 20 will go first. This happened a few months ago at this moment in time. You find yourself at that moment in time still back in the palace. It's been difficult to adjust because, well, even though that something within you keeps you warm, within this ice palace, the lessons, the training, it's sometimes a bit rough and it can also be a bit lonely. You probably had expected that now that you were invited to stay at your father's palace, that you would see him more often than only for training. You spend most of your time actually with Kathleen. And she's nice, but it's not the reason that you came here. And today you would be also receiving another lesson from her. Probably another lesson in the luminary language, something that you are picking up quite effectively. But it kind of comes natural to you, but still difficult. You are not really looking forward today to another day of lessons and interpretations.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me, what is she feeling? She doesn't know that she will be going to the Cursebreakers Academy yet.
Well, she's always been very curious about things that she can't control, or that ever since she found out that she can use magic, she's been eager to learn, but it's also weighing on her that her father doesn't deem her worthy enough for his attention outside of lessons. So I think she's also kind of bummed. And she really enjoys Kathleen's presence and attention, and she's really appreciative. But she's also sad that her father isn't more open to her company. So it's kind of a double feeling.
You seem a little distracted, asks Kathleen to you at the moment that you are sitting in the main hall at a little table, a little desk, where you at that moment are still going over some of the luminary words, some of the more complicated words. And at some point, you seem a little distracted, very, from a caring, motherly perspective.
Yeah, a little. I mean, has my father always been this way?
Yes, he's always been very distant, ever since that I came into service here as well.
Why Why would he invite me here if he doesn't want to spend time with me?
I can't answer that question for you, but I think more that it's probably difficult for him as well.
Why would it be difficult?
Well, I'm not sure if I should tell you, but I'm going to anyway. When you were born, my predecessor was your mother.
Wait, she worked here?
She worked here, yes.
Huh. But she's human.
Yes.
And he's luminary.
And what are you?
Well, I always thought I was human, but lately, I guess I haven't really felt like I was human.
You are both.
But how is that possible? It shouldn't be possible, right?
Well, it's certainly possible, but it hasn't happened for Luminary in a very, very long time.
Then what was different this time?
We don't know. I don't know. But that's the problem exactly. When Einar discovered that your mother was pregnant, he thought something else. I told you before that there was one day of spring here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, can you do 1 + 1?
Was that because of my mother?
It was.
Huh. And then, after he figured out that she was pregnant, she thought she cheated on him? And is that why my mother no longer works here?
Exactly.
But
he distanced himself. Because there was something special about your mother. In this moment in time, she cannot tell you that he reads minds and he can never shut that off. So she will just say, there was something special about your mother.
Okay. Huh. But now he knows I exist, and he knows I biologically his daughter. Why does he still shut me out then? Why does he still shut my mother out?
Perhaps it's difficult for him as well. You told me that your mother moved on, and that your mother, of course, now has remarried.
Yeah, she has. I mean, it's been, 18 years?
It was difficult for him to trust her, perhaps. I wasn't there, so I cannot speak for her. I cannot speak for him either. But it's always been difficult for him. He is the last one here on this side.
That's true.
There's more of his kind out there. But he has distanced himself from them as well.
Do you know why?
I suspect because it hurts too much.
Okay.
Roll me an insight check.
9.
All right. She makes a very deep sigh. Why don't we skip lessons for today and just do something fun?
I like the way you're thinking. What do you have in mind?
Well, I'm not supposed to take you outside. But he's not here.
Okay, let's go.
What would you like to do? Would you like a trip to the beach, perhaps?
Yes, or perhaps we can explore the city some more.
Sounds fun. I know a fun spot. We can do both.
Oh, yes, please. I'd like to get out of this cold.
Is it cold to you?
Not really, but
I
the
understand.
atmosphere is a bit cold.
It's sometimes like it's strange. I have this necklace, of course, because she has this very huge fiery brooch.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't feel cold, but sometimes I just do get a chill.
Yeah.
And
And I just like to get out of here once in a while. I mean, it's a beautiful place, and I'm very grateful to get to stay here, but I'd like to see the outside world as well.
shall we head out though?
Yes, lead the way.
She leads you out of the palace in this case. And she's like, okay, I can't take her through the city streets. That would be too problematic. But I can take her across the shore, across the beach. So if I go to the city map, and in this case, you are there, over there. What she's going to do is that she's going to, in this case, lead you across the roaring docks. And she's going to bring you to a favorite spot of her, the Salt Spray Bazaar.
Ooh.
And I'm going to open up that map. Give me a second. And she brings you to a very kind of like little trading spot. It's actually a very lively, happily mood here. You would probably be arriving from over there, from up there. You haven't seen a lot of the city yet. Not this city. You have, of course, been to you grew up in Leonopolis. But this is so lively, and there's so many trading people, and there's so much happening. Tell me something that is going through your mind when you see all this activity happening here.
I think it's a lot busier than she's used to, but I think it also kind of reminds her of home. The enthusiastic people trying to market of their goods, people happily greeting each other, seeming like they all know each other. So I think it's kind of nostalgic in a way, but it's also like a brand new world to her. So I think she's also like kind of looking around wondrously, and she's very giddy as well because she gets to go outside and explore new places.
Exactly. Before she lets you mingle with the people, she kind of like for a moment kind of like goes behind your head, your ears, and she just like you sense something tingling when she kind of like brushes your hair out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
You feel something tingling. Roll me an Arcana check.
Ooh, 17.
Some kind of spell has been cast on you. That's what you sense.
Okay. Why'd she do that?
Just a little insurance. Don't worry about it.
Okay. All right.
Go explore. Go have fun.
All right.
I'll be here.
Okay.
I need to pick up a few things anyways.
Okay.
This is your chance to perhaps get an item or something that you just then later conveniently still have in your pocket. So see what you can do.
I'm just going to go stroll across all of the market stands, see what they have. Perhaps stop at a jewelry one. Look at the bracelets that they have. Perhaps. I don't have money at this point, do I?
Let's say you have 20 gold pieces in your pockets.
Okay.
Little spending money that probably just appeared there.
Mm-hmm. While I'm looking at the bracelets, I also noticed that they have these kind of carved figures that they have made out of gemstones.
Mm-hmm.
And I see a little opal, let's say rose quartz. A little figurine of, let's say, a seahorse.
Mm.
And it's very pretty, so I pick it up to look at it closer.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of endearing.
Yes.
So I ask the market person.
Are you interested?
Yeah, these are very cute. Have you made them yourself?
Not myself, but I do know who made them.
Oh, I'm very interested in this story. Who made them?
There's someone from the Cursebreakers Academy.
Oh, really? Was it a student?
It wasn't a student. It was the I forgot their name. It was one of the instructors for harmonic arts.
Oh, cool. And why do you come to sell them then?
Well, they didn't have any use for them. Give me an insight check.
9.
With a 9. Let's see. Yeah, I got a natural 1. Immediately.
Yes.
You have probably the idea that these were probably not obtained entirely legitimate.
Oh. Okay. Well, Vita's kind of used to doing business because she had to do it for a while back in her own village. So, because she knows it's not really a legitimate business.
Like sweat.
I like this one. Do you perhaps have a very, very good price for me?
Well, it is of course, a very beautiful an opal. You said.
Well, rose quartz.
A rose quartz. It of course is a very beautiful rose quartz. I could let it go for you for 10 gold pieces.
What about 5?
Persuasion. I'll give you advantage because she rolled a natural 1 on her.
Oh, that's better. Okay. 20.
Okay. 9.
4.
Lower. 8.
All right. I'm good with 6, but that's my final offer.
7. Final.
6.
Would someone else like a very beautiful rose quartz gemstone?
I could just go and ask the professor at the Cursebreaker Academy if he could make one for me.
Okay, that is an intimidation.
Natural 20.
Sweat. Like
instant panic.
Once again, someone does not. Yeah, like you already have -1 later on. But
I know, but I say it with a very charming and innocent smile.
Fine. 6.
All right, 6.
Now get out of here.
Thank you.
You now have a very cute little rose quartz.
Figure.
It is. What kind of figure is it? Is it?
It's like this little seahorse sculpture.
Seahorse. Yes. Cute.
It's cute. It's just cute.
It is cute.
It's the first thought she had it, so.
And you probably from a corner see Kathleen kind of like smirking, laughing a little bit, like just let her do her thing. This is, of course, she's kind of enjoying watching you just be yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to check out something else?
Perhaps look at some of the foods that they have on display here that are different from back home. Perhaps she stops to talk to some people, ask them questions about their goods, about where they come from, about what they do.
Roll me a d20.
18.
18. Okay. At some point, you are, of course, talking to a little bit. You come across some kind of crab legs on a stick with a golden shimmer.
Oh.
And they have this kind of metallic shimmering glow. And there's would you like a good fortune crab? They were caught very early this year. It's not stereotypical, but my voice is a little weird.
Okay.
Would you like one? They are said to bring good luck.
Oh, really? Tell me all about this. What is it exactly?
Well, once a year here in the Salt Sea Bazaar, we are doing catches of golden crabs. They only appear once a year at the first, this is somewhere in summer, because it's a few months before the school begins. This is like in the high summer season. And at the warmest day of the year, there is the chance for golden crabs to appear on the beach on the other side, close to the luminary mansion over there. And there you can catch golden crabs. And, well, these golden crabs are said to bring good luck.
And you eat them?
Yes, of course.
And what do you do with the shells?
Well, we can make jewelry out of it, or other kinds of things, and they can sometimes also be used for components for spellcasters. We typically sell them to the Cursebreakers Academy.
Huh. Cool.
They can get powdered into like powdered gold. There's even sometimes silver ones, and then they get crushed into gold, powdered silver. And typically we sell them to the Temple of the Undecided or the Temple of Harmonia.
Why?
Well, they use them for services. There are certain spells that require powdered gold and powdered silver.
Oh, that's interesting. And
Yeah.
you catch them yourself?
Well, we have a crew for that.
Oh. That must be good business then.
Yes, but it's only once a year, so then we have to get everybody together, and everybody is going for that, and it can be very competitive. But I always come out on top.
I can see that. I like your stall.
Thank you. It was very... Would you like one?
How much are they?
It's only one gold piece for just one stick.
Oh, really? I mean,
Food isn't that expensive, but one gold piece for food is still expensive.
it's gold.
It's
and
gold food.
people
It's not
like
that-
shiny stuff, so
Vita's hungry,
Sure.
so she's like, I'll have 10!
yeah. Sure, I'd like to try one. Is it safe?
Of course it's very safe. There's only a golden shimmer on it, but like I said, it brings you good luck.
Okay, well, sure. I'd like to try it.
Like, they're of course like preparing it for a moment, and then one gold crab stick coming right up.
Thank you. Do I get to see the process?
Well, I have of course a secret process. I cannot tell you that, otherwise that would be bad for business.
You're not scamming me, are you?
You see other people also eating them, but roll me an insight.
Echt, ik zie ook gewoon achter een gordijntje dan met spraypaint.
Ja, ja, precies dat, ja.
Oh nee, nee, ik ga het niet horen. 3.
They seem very believable.
Okay, well, Vita's kind of naive and innocent, so she believes him.
A little puppy.
Yeah. Do they taste like normal crab or?
They taste like normal crab, but like there is some kind of like something sweet to it as well.
Oh,
So
it's good.
yeah. Thank you so much.
I like it.
Yeah.
And then I wave over to Kathleen and wave her over to come and also taste it.
She kind of like comes up as well. What's going on over here?
They sell golden crab here, and it's actually good. Here,
You see Kathleen just like, I'll have one. And then comes with this like, oh, thank you so much. And like, come with me. And then she kind of like, come along now. We're still gonna touch our feet in the water, all right?
Mm-hmm.
But she's not eating it.
Okay. Meanwhile, Vita's already finished hers.
Yes. Okay, Vita, like you've been walked away a little bit from this. Okay, Vita. The fun thing is that of course here at the Salisbury Bazaar, it's also a test of character.
Mm-hmm.
I really liked how you noticed that they were, of course, not very legitimately obtained gemstones, but you just got scammed as well.
I had a feeling, but he should be an actor. I mean, I asked about it, and he had this great story, and I believed him. It was incredible.
I can see why, but she kind of just like snaps with her claw, and then it just turns into like a regular crab on a stick.
But it tasted different.
Well, that's what prestidigitation does.
Huh. Can I also do that?
Have you tried?
No. Can
Well.
I try?
Of course, let's try.
Okay, then I cast prestidigitation on her crab leg.
And it's what happens?
I
You can only have one effect. Like you can have multiple effects on, but you need to cast them individually.
Then I guess I try to
Turn
turn
it
it,
rose quartz.
I guess, yeah, pink.
It turns bright pink.
No way! This is so cool!
Unfortunately, simple spells can also be used to, well, convince simple people. I'm not saying you're simple, but it does happen here.
Oh wow, I feel so stupid now.
Not everything is fake here, but it does happen.
Okay, well,
You are perhaps like you've heard the term Cursebreakers Academy a few times.
yeah.
I'm kind of interested now.
What? He said they sell things to the Cursebreaker Academy.
Well, that is true.
What is that?
The Cursebreakers Academy is an esteemed institution here in the city.
And what kind of institution?
Well, they teach a lot of types of arcane arts, but also weapon mastery and some kind of some divinity as well.
That sounds.
One of the most funnest subjects that they give is harmonic arts.
And that's awesome. I've never heard of an institution that teaches magic.
Well, it is an elite school,
Huh.
so you do need to either be invited or have received an invitation, or you need to have some kind of status.
Oh, wow. I'd love to see it sometime.
You notice a very deep sigh. Shall we go touch our feet in the water? It's obvious to you that she's kind of like hesitant.
I guess I don't want to press her further, so I just go along with it. Sure.
And you, of course, go to in this case, to the side of here, over there somewhere. And, well, Leonopolis is in the middle of the continent, so there is not really a sea there. There's, of course, the Pride Lake is not that far away, but like the sea...
It's very different, yeah. So
it's warm, it's like cozy, it's just like you smell the salt in the air, it's just very lively.
yeah, I love it here. I guess I never want to leave. Can we go here more often?
As long as Aina does not find out.
I won't tell him.
You notice that she's kind of like smirking, like it's not as if he will not know, but she doesn't say that.
Oh, but she knows.
Yeah, she knows his ability.
Well, I don't, so I won't tell him if you won't.
Deal. And then you see a wink and like, is this something you'd like to do?
Not really. I guess I just like to stick my feet in the water, perhaps bask in the sun a bit.
We can stay here a bit longer.
Yeah.
Would you like to spend the afternoon here, just like relaxing on the beach?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Okay. And then you just kind of like take a day off. Mm-hmm. Typically your lessons would be from early afternoon to like late in the evening. Mm-hmm. And sometimes you do see that Aina returns, but returns to their chambers and never really like addresses you. So evenings are typically lonely for you as well, because the staff is busy with all kinds of other things. Mm-hmm. Like Katlina also just disappears for hours as well.
Yeah, because she obviously has stuff to do as well. Yeah. Not just entertain me.
So it's kind of nice to just have a relaxing evening. Yeah. At some point, it becomes a little bit more darker. It's going to become evening. It's not evening yet, but it's somewhere around sunset. Mm-hmm. What you notice is that while you're sitting on the beach and you're sitting next to Kathleen, is that several people, like many different kind of citizens, are actually going to the edges of the beach in pairs, and they start dancing.
Oh.
You see this happening.
Mm-hmm. What are they doing?
They're doing the sunset.
The what?
It's a traditional dance here in Costa del Rigido. What do you know about Solaris? She asks you.
What do I know about Solaris?
Roll me a history check.
8.
You know that Solaris is an idol. Solaris is a sun lion that is literally the sun. It's a faith that they strongly believe in here. You know that there are temples in Leonopolis, a lot of temples actually. It's kind of like the main deity.
Okay. But I've never really been religious, so. Huh. And this is something they do every day?
Yes, it is. Especially during hot summer.
Oh.
The idea is that Solaris protects us throughout the day. And he and his divine light protects us from anything bad. But Solaris needs rest as well. And of course, that's what the evening comes for, so that Solaris can rest. And of course, then the gift that Cyrena, Gaia, and Aurora have given him watches over us, and he can watch from a distance. To thank Solaris for protecting us, the people dance. The sunset, a small little traditional dance, just out of gratitude.
That's wonderful.
Would you like to try it?
Yes. Can we?
Of course. I will teach you the basics.
Great.
She gets up and very traditional. She kind of like grabs hold of you and just like very slowly, just one step backward. And you're like, give me a performance check.
Yeah, that's a good. 10.
It's fine. You okay. And like one step backwards, and then you're kind of like looking to the other people who are making twirls and everything.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be complex. It can be very simple.
Oh.
And that's kind of like you share, like it's not an intimate moment. It is just a very almost like familial moment with her that you kind of like dance on the beach. There's no judgment. Nobody's looking weird. It's just you're just one of the people here.
Okay.
How does it make you feel?
I think it makes her feel happy. Like she's feeling more at home now. I mean, Kathleen has always kind of reminded her of her mother, so she also misses her mother in this moment, but she feels like Kathleen is becoming more and more part of her family, and that she's bonding with her now is great, and it makes her feel present and happy and more at home in the city.
At some moment, you also notice like little fireflies coming up everywhere, kind of like
cute.
lighting the atmosphere. And around 15 minutes of this little dance, you call it off. You do have excellent footwork. You could practice it a little bit. It may become useful in the future.
Can we do this more often? This is such a great. I had such a great time with you today. I really like dancing. I've not always been good at it, but I'd love to get to be better at it and eventually dance like the people we saw on the beach.
I can't make that promise, but I will look out if we can do this more often.
Or perhaps we could practice in the palace.
We could definitely do
Sometimes.
that. That we definitely could.
Great. Okay. Good.
And you spend a little more time here and eventually return back to the palace.
Yep. Great. I had such a good time. Thank you for bringing me.
You're very welcome, Vita. Vitalia. And then, of course, you close up for the evening. You say goodbye. She goes back, and like you're back in your room, and like you just really had a fun day today.
Yeah. I think it also wore her out, so she's a bit tired and goes to sleep early. Because what else can she do?
You put a little seahorse on the desk.
nightstand, yes.
Yes. We're going to shift to the other three now. Just before summer begins, there's of course a few lessons happening as well. And one of those lessons is harmonic arts. And let's see where my map is. Where are you? Yes. So, the three ladies find themselves with many other classrooms where, of course, lessons are going to begin. You have, in this case, signed up for, well, you're required in your first year to do harmonic arts. It's basically bard lessons. So there's all kinds of like more creative expressions. You even had to do like calligraphy and painting and all kinds of other forms. But today you are being brought into this room, and normally in this room there's all kinds of like tables and all kinds of equipment, but the whole room is empty. Of course, the flooring is of course filled with like paint marks and scorch marks from spells and little accidents that have happened in this classroom. But the entire classroom is empty. You three do know of each other, but like you're not very acquainted. You of course have.
They are.
Well, we two know each other.
Yeah, you two know, of course,
Yeah.
but you do not know them very like a lot. But you are suddenly just being brought into this classroom together with all kinds of other students as well. And just tell me a little bit. Why don't we start with you? Tell me a little bit about your day, your this first year.
In the first year.
Yeah, just tell me a little bit. It's mostly been about the basics. The subjects you've studied are weapon mastery, maybe you weren't that great in it, a little bit of divinity, which you were probably going to shine in, like knowing everything about harmonia and the rituals, because it comes from your
Sensing
background.
and stuff.
Herbology, like, it's not the correct name for it, but like plants and making potions and all kinds of that. Defense against the arcane, given by Einar, which is like mostly more offensive, protective spells. And of course, then
So I do know him.
you do know him, but like as your teacher, like very distant, does not speak to you at all, does not refer to you, like just come for the classroom like Snape. You come for the classroom, and beyond that, he's gone.
Yeah, okay. Right. Well, first off, it was even a big surprising miracle that I was good in light magic in the first place. So this first year has been a rediscovery of myself, and with every bit of lore and trick that Rose that I learn, it's like I feel like I'm inching closer to answers.
Okay.
And I have been enjoying harmonic. Have we had harmonic arts before? I didn't.
Well,
entirely.
you've had it, but it was mostly just about just refining, just like CKV.
Oh, no, maybe not that one. Would I even have had an artistic lesson around rune art or something?
Rune art?
Yeah, like runes, and then turned into a piece of part of art.
Well, of course, there's always room for creative expression, so perhaps that's just something you did.
Yeah.
Maybe you had to do a painting, but at some point you just decided, I'm just gonna do something else. Because why not?
Yeah.
It's not as if your teacher is very strict. Your teacher, Kalashar, is not very strict, as long as you just, like, impress him and make him something nice. Kalashar is, what you see here, an elephant man. And, well, always covered in paint and all kinds of dust and everything. Always too busy with anything that pops up in his mind. And, well, in this case, he's kind of just like waiting for everybody to settle here in the room.
All right. Well, I have like a small reminiscent thought of the things we did in here, and especially the time that I did the painting with on the edges the runes as a sort of whim, and I'm curiously awaiting the rest of what is going to happen now.
Okay.
Just maybe slightly nervously smoothing my clothes.
Naomi, what are your thoughts? Are you good in the subject? What is going in through your mind?
Do I know what today's lesson is about?
Roll me a history check if you checked your schedule.
That is 15.
With a 15. You've had painting, you've had calligraphy, you've had music. Dance?
Okay. I guess Naomi feels not entirely sure. She has had. She knows she feels confident in her footwork. She's been taught in combat and different combat styles, so she knows she's good on her footwork, but she's unsure what kind of dance she's to expect, and I guess that's kind of makes her feel a bit unsure about this.
Okay.
But she doesn't show.
Confident expression.
Yeah.
And Thelga might feel out of her element, or does she embrace such a thing like this? Did she show up in a fancy dress? Because she probably did check her schedule.
Yeah, she checked her schedule. So if it is certainly something of that manner, she would try to dress appropriately. So perhaps somewhat lighter clothing to allow more movement.
Instead of her full armor?
Yes. I would imagine that Thalga would have been a little bit at odds with the professor of this subject, because she would probably try a more methodological approach to the subject matter.
With expressive freedom popping up in your head. All these schematics.
But I can calculate a perfect picture for you.
Life is not perfect.
Just
It can be
real
perfect.
artist.
Yeah, just.
We just have to beat out the imperfections. So she...
Links would paint at you.
That would be like Einar giving dance lessons.
Yeah.
So it's probably a subject that she's not excelling at. She's not failing it, but it's like a solid B or something.
Yes.
Which is like
he
the only
knows he
one
can-
that her average is like very proper, like it
Yeah.
slightly
Just get straight A's except for arts.
She's only there because it's mandatory.
Yes. Yeah, Kalashar is like, I can't give her a C. And I can't give her an A either.
But I did perfectly what you asked of me.
At
Yes,
some
but you didn't feel it.
At some points, like, collect in a circle, everyone, collect in a circle, and all the other students of, like, multiple different levels, also first years. Like, I'm just gonna put out some of the people that are there. It's not all of them. There's more people there, but just a few that you kind of, like, notice. Also those other students. The headmaster is there, too, as well. And, other teachers are there as well.
Is that the headmaster?
Yeah, that is the headmaster. That's the one that did the presentation.
Het hele ding is zijn pet project, remember?
Oh, right.
Als de prins.
He's not the prince.
That's
No.
not,
Nee, dat is familie van dingen, toch?
Yeah.
Oh,
Van,
was hij niet Bo?
Nee, dat is niet Bo.
Dat is weer iets anders.
Dat is weer een andere lijnvolk. Bo is weer iemand
Al die
anders.
lijnvolk.
Ja, het
Dat
was een
is
beetje...
nou-
I know, but that's okay. That's fine.
Het is ook even geleden.
Dat is Ramarito. He's the headmaster of the school.
Hmm.
Maar was dat geen familie van dingen? Van Vita's...
No. All right, everyone, come in a circle. Today's lesson is going to be about dance. Now we are going to do a traditional dance today. The traditional dance, the sunset. And like so you hear like murmuring the students. Just roll me all a history check.
History. 6. 17 plus 2 is 19.
6.
Okay. You know the dance. You do know of the dance, but you've never really done it because where you come from, this dance was not really practiced because you had your own rituals in Kalkari.
Am I even good in dancing at all?
Are you?
I don't know that.
You get to decide. I don't.
know. I'm not sure. Because she's more of
Do you want to
an
decide?
assistant and a writer and
Do you
stuff.
want to? Yeah. Do you want to decide yourself, or do you want to dice to decide that for you?
I think I'm just gonna roll. I
Okay.
really
Roll
don't
me a
know.
d20.
15.
You have some footwork. What you perhaps see is that you've done, of course, like services, and you've done like very traditional kind of like things in the church. And well, there is an overlap, maybe not the same, but you're very elegant. You can translate that to dancing.
Okay.
You also had a 6. You don't know of this dance because, of course, this is your first year here, and you've been focusing mostly on the subjects that you're good in. You're confident, though, but you don't know the steps at all. Like, you have no idea. All of you may have, of course, during visits, of course, spotted the people dancing. But typically, in your first year, the focus is on studies. Like, you do, of course, get the opportunity to go to the city. But typically, after days of school's work, you can be very exhausted.
Yeah.
Now, I, of course, am going to show this dance, but for that I'm first going to ask you all for an applause for my wonderful husband who then shows up, which is Professor Hasulom.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, everybody here, you may think 2 men dancing. No, that is not strange here at all. The sunset is a dance that is available to anyone. All combinations, everything is possible. You can even do this dance with 3 or 4 people if you want to. But for now, just a traditional 2 people dance. Now, find me a partner. Find yourself a partner. Just, you can either think up an NPC yourself or go to somebody. Even the others.
I sort of have this cute boy, human boy, in my line of sight somewhere opposite the circle.
Mm-hmm. Black
curly hair, blue eyes.
Looks a little nervously around until you approach him.
Yeah, I'm sort of approaching him, just from like, I'm sorry, would you like to take the sunset dance with me?
Like for a second, like blushes. Yeah, it's obviously another first year and like a little bit less confident with the black hair. You can immediately sense they're probably from further up north, but yeah, that sounds kind of fun.
Look, great, thank you.
Valga.
Thaga would probably just pick the first sentient being that has 2 legs nearby.
I have a table. I have a table. Roll me a d100.
Like, who's next to me? And that is 15.
Let me see.
The first sentient being with 2 legs. That is very undescriptive.
But also very specific
But, well,
at the
yes.
same time.
Like, she would basically be like, you.
A golden kobold with a bow tie.
Oh.
Why is he even in the class?
He also goes to school here.
He probably has stats.
Like your height. Your
Like-
height.
Grabs a ruler.
Perfect.
Hello?
You and I shall dance.
Oh. Okay.
Please.
Okay. That sounds fun.
Alright.
My name is Gabbana.
Gabbana! Does he have
Does he have a sibling called Dolce?
Definitely.
So a joke with the gold kobolds is that they're all kind of like named Gucci, Glimmer, Glitter, Gabbana. Like they're named like they're
fancy names?
Yeah.
My name is Gabbana. What's your name?
I'm Talga. I think we were in the same weaponsmith class.
Oh! You didn't see me throw those daggers. Did you?
Were you the one that caused that seriously injuring of that other student?
No.
And I didn't see anything.
Okay, good.
I was too busy perfecting my crossbows.
Okay, let's go. And then, who do you pick?
I think I take a quick look around the circle and see if I find anyone who I feel like knows this dance better than me.
Okay. Roll me also the D100.
Ooh.
That is 31.
Okay, 31. Do you mind gender?
No.
Okay. And at some point you find someone who's kind of like immediately confident and is like, it's a confident lion folk. Like this one. It's obvious to notice that they came actually in armor, but they seem to immediately like, you get the idea, okay, lion folk comes from this city, knows this dance, and like you hear them even like overhear, like talk like, oh yeah, well, of course, I've done this dance so many times. They're like, can I skip this cut? Nay. But yeah, like, immediately like
You just scooch over like in between his conversation partner.
Well,
Hey!
in armors, I'm probably in my armor as well.
yeah, of course.
So
So maybe there's
that
like some
also
overlap.
fits, yeah.
Like, okay, they don't. Okay, in that little mini, they have the axe, but they don't have their axe.
They don't
No,
have weaponry, they're just...
Like, but they are in like kind of like you've of course seen the sentinels walk around in the city, and they are wearing like similar armor.
Definitely. Hi, I'm looking for a dance partner. Would you mind?
Like they were talking to someone else. Oh, of course. What's your name?
Naomi.
I'm Jorah.
Jorah. Hi.
Do you know this dance?
No.
Then I shall teach you. Like there's
Excellent.
like a vibe of immediately like, and like, because you have here like the draconic shoulder plate here.
Mm-hmm.
I dig the armor.
You don't look bad yourself.
Jorah.
Roma.
Jorah is wearing kind of like very fancy armor, but it's all in red. They of course, in this image they have an axe. It's more of a little bit of a younger face, but they also have like this huge like armor, like spikes here. They have the traditional symbol of on their clothing. They have these plates on the sides. Only thing that's a little difficult to you to sense if they're like more feminine or masculine. It's a little bit more in between. Then I shall teach you. And like immediately, like kind of like grabs your arm, like and like they're strong. Unless you do not let them.
So am I. So, but I let myself be guided.
Okay, and come on then, let's do this.
But I won't like. How do I say this? I mean, I go with them and I let myself be guided, but I think Naomi would still be still showing her own confidence despite not knowing what the hell she's gonna do.
Roll me just a charisma check, just to see, just for fun.
Just specific charisma, straight charisma.
Performance.
Not that it matters.
Not that it really matters.
14.
Oh, you hold your own. Yes, you hold your own. At some point, everybody has found like partners. All the participants have found someone. Maybe the ones who like there was probably an uneven number. At some point, 3 people were like, "Okay, we're just gonna do this with 3," and the circle is formed.
Go.
Now, traditionally, one of you will lead. So please decide which ones of you will lead. Is Rose going to lead or is the boy going to lead?
Do I trust him to lead? Does he appear that way?
Seems a little shy.
And then I am sort of feeling like I'm taking the lead. Like,
You place your hand on their hip,
yes.
and that's a signal of leading in this case. And the others notice that's happening.
Yeah,
with
I'm
other
sort
players
of
as
giving
well.
him from what I've gathered, I'm giving him a comforting look, like, we're gonna do this.
Okay. Would you like to think of a name for this character?
Aiden.
Aiden. Okay, Aiden. Aiden is a little shy, but he does go very much along, and he doesn't mind if the woman leads in this case. Who's going to lead?
So, Cabana, have you done this before?
Well, I know of the dance.
Do you mind if I take the lead?
Sounds fun.
Right then.
Don't lift me up, though. I am a lightweight.
I can certainly lift you if you want.
Ooh. Jorah looks at you, and like, you don't know the dance, but are you, or will you take the lead in this case? I don't mind.
What kind of vibe does
Okay, Jorah seems to be
they
like,
give me?
They, yeah, it's a they in this case. They're a little neutral. A very confident expression, like, I know this.
Yeah, I mean more in the sense of since they're offering
They're offering
the lead
your
to
choice.
me, do I get the sense that if I were to take the lead, this would go well?
That's an insight.
That's an 8.
You are confident in yourself.
That I am. Sure, I'll take the lead.
They do seem very accommodating.
Well, then place your hand on my hip.
I place my hand on their hip.
And at some point, this there is like music being put on. Like there's like probably some kind of orchestra somewhere, like doing like other first years or second or third years that are doing this. And well, it's going to be a very simple dance, everybody. And in this case, the husband, his husband will lead in this case. And you see, of course, your weapon master teacher is in this case dancing with the arts teacher. And just roll me all a performance check.
Performance. 8.
17.
13.
Okay, I'll just go by order. A 13. Okay, during this little dance that you're having with Jorah, okay, Jorah is like, okay, one step backward, one step forward. Yes, now switch positions. Like they're kind of like giving you instructions, but you're like quickly catching up. And at some point they say, whirl. And because at that moment they kind of like, for a second, take over the leading role. And then they just kind of like hold on and you just like make a little twirl. And now you lead again. And like it's going a little bit back and forth, but it feels like an instruction video that is happening in front of you.
Okay.
But they seem like they're intending for you not to mess this up. At some moment you may like maybe like you were supposed to take one step backwards instead of one step forward, and they just like kind of like shift quickly to follow up on your little mess up.
Well, yeah, I'm leading, so they have to follow
Yes.
as well.
Yeah.
Even though I'm messing up some things.
A little bit.
Okay.
Well, at some point you just like see that a lift happens. You are not supposed to do that because you are still in like the basics, but you just lift up Gabbana. Like, ah! Like,
I would imagine Thalga, being a little bit at odds with her teacher in this case, would try to make Cabana shine a little bit better.
okay. Excellent form, Thalga. Like there's like a little sternness in it. You rolled an 8.
Maybe I can still get that B+.
I'm just gonna roll for Aiden as well. Let's see, just for funsies. That's a 2.
Oh!
At some point, you awkwardly shuffle back and forth. Je bent meer aan het schuifelen dan wat anders.
I'm sort of having nervousness about performance, as I have had all my life.
Yes, you step forward, and he also steps forward, and You and you, of course, you're probably wearing like high boots with like heels.
Yeah.
You.
Oh, I'm so
Ow.
sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. And then they go back to your position, and you kind of like try to pull him along, and like roll me another one.
No. Okay, good luck. Please. Oh, 18. With performance, right?
Yeah.
Then it's 21.
You notice that. And let me see. Do you wear kind of like a holy symbol or something?
I have a holy symbol. Yeah, I am wearing it.
Okay, then it's for a second kind of like glows up a little bit, and you just kind of like hear a whisper, one step forward. And then, okay, and it's almost as if something is whispering into your ear, just kind of like, oh, that's how it goes. Yep. Your patron
Is
did
that
not
being
want to-
noticed? Like,
No, it's
that
only to you.
It's yeah, but and in my, I think I'll keep a pretty good mask about it.
Okay, but at some point you also like hear like that you kind of like have to let them go and then like pull them back in, and that goes perfectly because following the instructions.
And with elegance.
And then of
ultimately.
course the dance at some point ends, and like Aiden says to you, "Ah, good recovery."
Thank you.
Ow.
You okay?
It's okay. It's okay. You didn't do it on purpose.
No, definitely not.
And the lesson, of course, continues on a little bit longer. But now we are going to shift back to the... unless somebody still wants to say something to their dance partner.
No.
How did like it end? So it continued on in a similar fashion.
It continued on in a similar fashion, but at some point it would probably end with you kind of like, both of you kind of like praising the sun a little bit. Like, and seem to like very gracefully end for you as well.
Okay.
Maybe that's Jorah says a little bit higher.
When it ends, I turn to them and say, "Thank you for your help."
No problem. I hope to see you around.
Likewise.
All right. And
Maybe we could spar sometimes.
sounds good. Sounds good. Just for the benefit, you probably never got around to it. But you, of course, you saw Jorah during the opening walking with other students. So
Well, that was right before the summer, right?
Yeah.
So it's at the end of the year one, and now it's beginning year two. So.
Yeah. But you saw them during the opening ceremony as well.
Okay.
They're probably around somewhere. Do you still want to say something to Devana?
No, I'm sure it's the start of a wonderful friendship.
That was fun.
Yes, that was quite fun. You did well.
Make sure to come visit our offices of Dungeons of our D&D offices in the city.
Yes, I might.
Great.
It was nice dancing with you. I hope to see you around as well.
Thank you for being a bit patient with me.
Ow. Ow. It walks away awkwardly.
But it was really nice meeting you.
It was nice to meet you too, Rose.
What it's concerning rap, which is a thing of Rose. What does it have a spark here? Like, oh,
Would you
that is
like it
that
to be?
girl.
Would you like it to be? Okay, why not? Well, I'll see if Aiden can maybe at some point come back.
Okay.
We'll see. But you at least know that they're probably going into their second year as well. So we'll see. Okay, then we are going to shift back to the restaurant where now the four of you are. Yeah, I need a picture of that. I need a picture of that. Well, I set up the restaurant. So Okay, please remove everyone that is not relevant anymore. Just put them, put them on the side.
Well,
No,
I don't
we're
know
sitting in
if
the
this
bar,
one's
right?
relevant.
So,
That one is relevant, but I'll put them back.
Oh yeah.
get in the bar.
Let's see.
You are in the bar. At that moment in time, you are still with Dimitri.
Pizza.
Dimitri. Yes.
Vita, have you fallen off your bar crack?
Barstool.
Barstool
Bar
again.
croc.
Shit.
In personal experience, getting on and off a bar stool is really difficult when you're tiny. So
It is.
They're not the
Yes,
most
but
comfortable.
isn't Toga smaller than Vita?
true. But
Toga
Vita's also
probably
10 times
has-
clumsy.
Fully automatic boots that just lift her up.
Even in this dress?
Yes.
A lady hides many things in her dress.
How do you know?
I even have my toolkit.
Actually, about that is something that I do need to add. We talked about it. Did you put a dagger somewhere under your dress?
We did talk about it, yeah.
Yeah. If you didn't, you get the chance to change your mind.
Well, I think she would always
Is that
have
foreshadowing?
some form of weapon with her, and I think in this case the dagger is probably the least conspicuous.
You probably have it somewhere like.
Because there's no way I can fit my two-handed sword in there.
Yep. Yeah.
Or perhaps does she have her hair pulled back? Because you could also use this kind of.
But she has like
Pointy.
flowers.
I technically don't have a dagger in my inventory.
But you can use it. to
There's
fit up
probably
your
one.
hair.
There's probably one in the common room, and otherwise I'm gonna tell you that there was one in the common room.
Yeah. So I would have a dagger strapped
On your leg.
somewhere.
Yeah,
yes.
underneath your dress.
And I think what you said also, like, I have my hair put up. I think in case of an emergency, I can always pull that out and sort of like an improvised miniature dagger.
That is cute. Vita probably does
Well,
it. Or does she?
At first she didn't, but I feel like one of these two would have told her to perhaps, for her own safety, after what happened earlier, in case of emergency, strap one to her thigh.
Okay. Valga, of course, still has her, like, armor
I can
thing.
summon my armor.
You can
if I
summon
want
your
to.
armor, so... and Rose, did she have something?
Well, I do have daggers in my inventory.
Yes. But do you have them with you on your dress?
Do I have them on my dress?
You have a very
I
poofy
would
dress.
imagine.
You have a very poofy dress, so... Like, you have a very big gown, you told me.
Yeah. No, I won't have a dagger.
Okay.
I'm just. Rose is counting on her magic.
Okay.
Well, it's not
And
something
you
I
have-
can count.
Speaking
And-
of, I do
and-
not have my arm.
And strictly
No,
speaking,
you
you
do
have
have
three
your armor
very
on.
useful
You
bodyguards.
are wearing a very beautiful
That's
dress.
also very true.
At some point,
Lady-
Aina walks in, and
Lady bodyguards. Yeah, this is how it's just.
Bodyguard is technically a neutral term.
I know, but usually you think of men. So,
Bodyguardess. Bodyguardesses.
something like that.
at some point, Aina walks in a very like traditional, beautiful gown, has the hair like braided as well. Like, of course, you still notice like the purple hair in it as well, which is very like intricately in this braid as well.
Mm-hmm.
But they were wearing this kind of like very traditional headpiece with these kind of like 5 like golden crescents. It's definitely seemed to be some kind of like royal outfit. When he walks in, who addresses him first? As Dimitri probably has turned around to prepare another shake for something.
What was his last name again?
Einar's.
Oh, just Einar.
Oh, no.
No,
No.
Gideon Sarah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Einar
Gideon
Gideon
Sarah.
Sarah. But traditionally, you would call him Lumin Einar. Or Einar Lumin.
Professor. Okay.
Or Professor, but that you can do
I
that as
suppose
well.
technically you're closest to the door that he just stepped through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I don't think Vita would know.
No.
it.
I think Naomi would still be focusing on Dimitri.
I'm just surprised and calmly, of course. Since Professor Einar,
Sarah.
Sarah. Good evening.
Good evening, Rose. Oh, yeah. Good evening, Rose. And immediately kind of like takes one step forward because you overhear this and you are still staring at Dimitri.
And I
No,
sort of
if I-
have a lack of what
once
to
I-
say else, anyways.
Once I hear...
It's not stuttering.
You notice the very beautiful traditional wear instead of the complete fur coat that they're wearing before.
Mhm.
And there's this cold breeze immediately coming into the room. Like,
Instant
I think
shivering.
that everybody notices that.
maybe like Rose's glass just becomes a little bit like fogged up.
Yeah, and I'm sleeveless.
Yeah.
So.
You're just.
Most of us.
Thankfully, I wore my headdress. Just wraps it around.
Slightly stiffening up. Oh dear.
No.
Apologies for being late, shall we? And immediately
Sure.
kind of like moves to the side, waiting for everybody to wander out.
Well, do we
I
We
walk
follow
out in
him,
the
right?
street?
I walk out and I nod to Lumen.
How is Naomi with the drink after she's?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Is she tipsy already?
She's still functioning.
Her nerves are calmed, I think. Which was her main concern.
Slight wobble in her step.
No, she's...
Slight slur in her speech. Sure.
Thank you for meeting me here. I will explain to you what today will be about. Of course, for a second, you see that Einar is looking at like who's like at the register. And you see that Einar looks at them. They immediately just walk away. Like,
Okay.
Someone's fired! Nee, Talga zou haar opmerkingen voor zich houden.
Her inner voice is
Yeah.
inside still.
ladies, we will be having a 6-course meal here. We will start soon with a little starter, just with the 5 of us, and then we will be brought into the main hall, one by one. We will go as a group. You will greet the king
The
and,
king.
and their family.
Volgens mij, jij had dat gedeeld, hè, dat de royalty aanwezig was vanavond.
Ja, de koningin en de prins. En volgens mij met een mystery guest.
Okay, so my reaction was like overly.
I imagine that Vita would still be shocked to her very core.
Well, we knew he was here. We didn't know we were going to greet them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm just feeling over my head already, but
Some of you have scored top marks in their fields of study at the academy during your first years. Yeah, so that means that you will be following me as prime students.
Oh my.
what an honor.
The 3 maybe look at Vita.
I look around like, okay, so what am I doing here then?
Thalga would definitely be like,
Curious
Like
glance.
you see like a glance, but first we will just have a little moment to talk.
Very well.
You will meet high
have we
profile.
learned in our first year at the academy the proper way to greet the king? If we were to ever.
like
Ooh,
like
that's a good question.
yeah, I think you would, just like out of like how it works, which is typically also praise the sun, as what we've said before, and just in this case kind of like just a deep bow.
Okay.
And like with the hands open as symbolizing the full sun, because the symbol of Concordia is just a full sun. So like praise the sun. It's like a deep bow.
Okay.
Okay.
You will meet other high-profile individuals from all over Ignisar during this evening. So be on your best behavior.
Vita's already sweating.
Yes, Professor.
Vitas is like good to sweat.
not just one.
I mean, we're all freezing here and Vita's just sweating like.
Oh, Professor, you mentioned from all over Ignisar. That's quite exquisite.
Indeed. Let's see. Can everybody just roll me a perception check?
Oh. Perception. Oh,
15.
17.
Elf.
15.
Lekker.
17.
Elf.
15.
15.
Oké. Dan you, ben je de 9, hè? Nee, zo. Jij had 9.
Nee, 11.
14, 11. 11, 14,
17.
17, 15.
Okay, then you all notice. That's fine.
Okay.
Yes. The Prince of Stormglen is coming from the Brisbane Highlands. As well, we have some people from the Sevenfold Commonwealth. And of course, we have someone from down south.
Would Thalga know what he means with down south?
He knows someone from the desert. From the Sunfire Expanse.
Oké, voor jouw beeld, dit is zeg maar de cirkel, hè?
Ja?
Wij zitten hier dus eigenlijk nog een stuk verder.
Yeah, I'll show you the world map just for a second. So, you are, can you see the map?
Yeah.
Yes.
You are over here, Costa del Reggido. Stormglen is all the way over here. Sevenfold is this very large region up here. And down south is someone from the Sunfire Expanse. So the desert region. You all know that, of course, Concordia is the land of unity and peace, but this region has had lots of conflicts in the desert because the desert is slowly expanding. Which also means that there's lots of conflicts happening for land which is fertile. So,
Makes sense.
and then I switch this one back.
Well, that's quite the guest list. I'm sure we'll be on our best behavior.
Tonight
Yeah,
we represent
just,
the Cursebreakers Academy as a whole. Well understood?
Yes,
Crystal clear.
Of course.
Alright. Then the thing that everybody overhears, suddenly you just hear like like as if some kind of flapping of wings outside. It's like and just like
No.
and then,
Instantly extra interested.
would you like to look out the window? Because Einar just does not respond to this at all.
Well,
Definitely, actually.
yes.
Okay.
I think I'll take a peek, yeah.
Yeah, like turn around.
Yeah, if you turn around, then you see the door. So you would have to look at one of the windows.
Okay,
Or a
then
big window
look,
over there.
Turn around, look out the window. Just not walk up to the window, but just like, huh?
Wow. So who walks up to the window?
I don't walk up to the
You
window.
look
I
to the
just
window.
Look. Yeah.
I take a slight step towards it as I turn and see.
Okay. And you two? Are just...
I
just
would
trying to
probably
get a
turn
glance.
around, but
Okay. Then all just give me a perception check.
we shall perceive. And what do we perceive?
But I perceive nothing because that's a 2.
Yeah, you're maybe like someone is in the way. Just like
8.
you're the shortest one.
No, she is.
Yeah, okay, true.
15 plus 1 is 16.
That's
8.
not really that much of a difference. But
You just like you have of course your fancy shoes with like and you maybe like
right in front of me, so I can't see nothing.
No, but maybe. But yeah.
everybody who had above a 10 in this case noticed that something big just landed. That something big landed and someone stepped off. But you can't see who stepped off at that moment. And then you hear once again
Flap, flap.
flies up.
So I think I don't see anything, but I clearly hear it. I'm
Yeah.
like,
Well, that is
but for those that have a better spot in the line, because I'm sort of standing in the middle of the door, so I probably just don't see it through windows. What is it?
That looks like a very impressive mound.
That is probably then Prince Ramil.
Whoa.
I repress disappointment and ask for what kind of mount?
Did I get a decent? Did I?
You
Did
saw
I basically
you
saw
saw
that it
you
was
saw
a
big
dragon?
wings and blue big wings, and then you put one on one
Blue
together.
scaly wings.
Yes.
I think that was a dragon or something similar.
A dragon?
You notice that one of the people that were behind the register is kind of like quickly running up, and Einar's like, Maybe you'll get to meet them. Follow me. And at the moment that
I immediately follow him.
yeah, at the moment that you kind of like are walked out of the door, who's last here in this little ensemble?
I think me.
Okay, then you notice that somebody is like at that moment just walking in while Einar is just
Hello.
like guiding you quickly throughout to the room.
You naughty girl.
Keep it in your pants, girl.
She has nothing.
First our esteemed lion folk that brought us here. Now this guy, what is going on?
I mean, if it works, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe this artwork image doesn't do it entirely justice, but this is supposed to be a young, handsome prince that appears in like a very
Hello.
fancy outfit. Like it's like very intricately detailed.
Is he
and,
missing
like-
an arm? Oh no.
He's
behind
not.
his
He has, but
It's behind his back. Yeah.
like, but you get a good look. You see what you see on this image right here. So you see the very fancy hair, dark black hair with like tips of blue, and like has a draconic kind of like hand resting on some kind of like cane. Like a very intricately blue coat with like a symbol of some kind of like thunderish kind of like castle. And then
Okay.
you are being let into the room as
Yeah.
you.
So sort of quietly fiddled
Yeah.
and quietly
God, I just went back like
excited. Ooh, okay.
stop mid-track.
Yeah. Okay.
You are being brought to that table in the corner. There are, of course, other people here as well. That, in this case, are just sitting at some other kinds of places, like these two that absolutely do not belong there. You notice that there is people. And
Hey.
he knows that he knows
Ja, die
those.
ken ik wel, maar dat snap ik. Die snap ik wel ergens. Maar wat die daar doen, dat snap ik niet.
Wat zijn die dan?
Kadio.
Die ken ik ook,
Die
ja.
zijn van de andere campaign.
Ja.
Die zijn daar ook iets aan het uitspoken.
Oeh.
Ja.
Exciting.
Mag
Ja,
ik zo'n stift, pen, ding?
There are other people there as well. I just didn't print their names, but it's okay.
They're not important, so.
Well, they are.
These are just generic stick figures.
Yeah, some are important, but yeah, that's just how
They
it is.
probably have at least 2 bank accounts worth more than your entire being, but hey, they're not important.
They have more money than you'll ever see in your life. But okay.
Okay, they are important. They are not plot relevant. Then
Precisely.
Yes.
Everyone
This is
is-
not Amidon. This is someone else.
this is
Okay.
it's his twin, his long lost twin brother.
Maybe. Anyways, you are being led to one of the tables. You see lots of like very fancy people sitting here. There's just 2 people that just don't seem to be belonging there. Just like 2 like regular guys, and like you hear like, "Are you sure we can afford this?" Yeah, of course we can afford this. Don't worry. Right?
2 regular grimy adventurers that are totally not
Spending their
suspicious.
life savings on one evening.
Yeah, they
Selling their souls.
they successfully did one mission assignment. They got a bunch of gold and they just went to go to dinner. Something like that. But you see all kinds of like high, noble like people like in this case wandering here. And like blah blah blah. You hear lots of conversation. You hear conversations about trade happening. You hear conversation about some kind of like expedition, because that was the guy that walked in earlier talking about some kind of expedition. There's like someone else
The
sitting next to him.
Volperian guy, right?
Yeah, the
Marco Volperian.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. And there is also someone that you may probably immediately take a dislike to. There is this
Marco Volperian.
no. There is this across from the others. There is over there is sitting some kind of noble woman, a very older one, with a huge, oversized, fiery dress, which is just ridiculous for what they're wearing. They have this huge, oversized hair, and it's like, okay, whoever this is probably very mean, very rude, and
Oh.
absolutely will just like
Hashtag Queen of Hearts.
something like that. Yeah.
You
Roll everybody.
do not want to accidentally spill a glass of wine on her dress.
Roll me all a history check to just get an idea.
20.
Thank you. Kun je wat
18.
Dirty 20, 18 plus 2.
Everybody above a 15 recognizes them as like the skin color is much more lighter compared to the people that live here. There's this big fiery red hair, and immediately from like studies from like history and from the humans who originally came from up north, they seem to be either a Ragnarthane or some kind of related family. And of course they have other people sitting across as well, but they look like they could throw you in jail and then throw away the key and you'll never get out. So
Ooh.
from your quick glances, you see also some kind of other deer folk people sitting there in very fancily dresses. One in green, one in gold, with like a little gold dragon familiar on their shoulder. One in a very reddish, huge gown. And some kind of older gentleman with a cane were just also sitting there with like glasses of wine.
Very.
The four of you take your seats. Einar takes their seat as well, but they sit at the head of the table. And, well, what's going through everybody's mind?
I'm thinking, please don't mess this up. And as well, repressing the shivers coming from Einar, from the cold. Like, I really wish I had sleeves, but I'm not saying or showing anything. And obviously feeling out of place with the side thought of maybe I would feel more in place if we would still have our temple in our town.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like not that that is not like it sort of feels like something she might have felt, but she doesn't.
You notice that Einar's eyes linger a little bit longer, because whatever you just told me is what they immediately know about you. Because they can read minds. What's Olga thinking? What's going through her mind?
I suppose she's interested in what's going to be the menu. Maybe checking out the different fancy cutlery and like 6 different forks and spoons and things. And
yes,
she is. She knows of etiquette and fine dining and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So she's mostly focusing on that.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, wondering what Einar would wish to discuss with the 4 of us.
What's Vida thinking about?
Vita is... Well, she appears very calm. She's looking around and just taking in all the details. But in her head, she's, like, droning in on herself and giving herself a pep talk. You are not going to mess this up. You are not going to mess this up. You want your father to like you. You are not going to mess this up.
You poor thing.
And Naomi?
Naomi would probably be thinking about the praise that she just heard Einar give to the lot of them, or at least to the 3 that actually went to the academy the first year. Sort of like
deal.
I think sort of like feeling good that it was acknowledged that she was excelling in a specific field in the first year. And I think she's mainly focused on that, and then meanwhile trying to just not also mess things up. Maybe taking a peek at how Talga is like doing etiquette-wise.
For a second, Rose, you kind of notice that you're getting a headache from being overwhelmed with all these people here that all have magical items with them. Because you sense them within 30 feet, you are just being bombarded by colors. Which, to prevent yourself from a headache, you kind of need to kind of like shut this off for now. Otherwise, you're going to get overwhelmed.
Can I shut it off with that much overwhelming?
It requires a little bit of concentration from you, but you can shut it off.
All right. Then when I saw all those colors and feeling in, could I see clearly anything normal?
Well,
Physical?
everybody was just kind of like glowing. You also noticed that Einar was glowing as well. but it's like you're being just bombarded by colors. It makes it very difficult to sense. You even notice that the cutlery is like glowing, meaning that there's also magical things happening over there. So it's a little overwhelming.
All right. As I'm shutting this off, am I feeling steady in my magic energy stuff?
You're still feeling steady. You perhaps notice a little spark from your necklace that only you would notice, but you still feel confident. It's just that this place just is a little bit overwhelming. And of course you're nervous. You're a little stressed. You want to do this right, so that's just adding into it.
I'm taking a really deep, chilly breath and turning it off and okay, I got this.
At some point, a waiter shows up, and you can either think of something yourself, or I can just give you a list of possible options. But first, as a waiter comes for drinks.
I'm attracted to red wine.
Okay. They first give you like 5 options of different wines.
Are we allowed to drink alcohol? What's the age limit?
The age limit is just when you identify as an adult, because different races have different rules. So, but Einar is there, and if you order a glass of wine and he doesn't say anything, he's probably fine with it.
He just flexes his wrist and it turns into water.
Reverse Jesus.
With a glance towards the host, I take a look at this whole selection of red wine and pick the one that's the most deepest rose red.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So,
okay.
So, is it... There is, I suppose, a choice between the different meals.
Yes, but this is your just your would you like for an opening drink, just like for now.
Oh, okay.
Aperitif.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe a dry white wine or something like that.
Like, guys, I'm not an expert in like fine dining. But what would you like?
Well, I think because she wants to fit in, she also orders wine, but she does go for a sweet wine, sweet white wine.
Like you probably like, I would like a glass of wine, and then you see Einar like, and then a glass of sweet wine.
I think Naomi would, since everyone is drinking wine, she'll stick to that, but instead go for seeing the like luxury of this establishment. Probably orders a glass of champagne.
I think going best in balls the opening move.
I would like very expensive champagne, please.
And then they just walk away without, in this case, addressing Einar. They didn't address Einar. They kind of just like, okay, great, and then they just wander off. And then kind of Einar, like, you notice that Einar didn't order anything.
Huh. Well, I'm afraid to ask, so.
Are you thinking it?
Yeah. I notice it. I'm like, wait, huh?
Like, you notice that they're glancing at you for a second. Like, just like a little shake, like, just don't even ask.
Okay. And then immediately, okay.
So, Lumen, do you know what's on the menu today?
Yes, there is. We are, of course, going to get a little starter. As far as I have overheard, you know, he didn't overhear. He just probably just sends it. We would start with a traditional muhammara, which is some kind of spicy walnut with red pepper dip and pomegranate molasses as well. And I also saw kisir, which is like a Bulgar salad with tomatoes and cucumbers and parsley. And like, he just for a second, he just kind of like enjoys this. For like a moment, you sense like that he's just kind of like, he gets to describe something. And
does Tolga notice a very, very, very faint smile on his face? Or
maybe
is it still just
like a little, just for a second. But there are different options, and they offer. Has any of you asked for a special types of dishes or something?
No, I don't have any dietary limitations.
Rose, you asked for a vegetarian, right?
Yes, I did.
You didn't tell him.
I did.
They will make sure to serve that as well. And then at some point, he kind of like looks at to Naomi.
Mm-hmm.
How's it been adjusting here to Costa del Reggido?
Better than expected. It's it's good.
Can everybody make me a quick perception check? And
Including me?
Yeah, including you.
20.
Okay.
10.
1.
Perception dirty 20.
Okay, then only you two will notice. He asks you, has it been difficult to be so far away from home and family?
Yes and no.
Would you like to elaborate?
I mean, I miss them, of course. But at the same time, I left because I wanted to get better at what I do. So I left with a reason.
Mm-hmm.
It's just something I have to get over, I guess.
I see. These two, as he's kind of like looking at you directly, and you're kind of like nervously looking at Einar, but there's probably some feeling within that you notice that his headpiece, one of these 5 things on his head, the top one on the corner, just sparks blue for a second while she was talking.
Ooh. I think about that. I noticed it glowing. Like, oh, what was that? Did it just glow?
No,
Like-
it glowed, and you noticed that too.
And I glance at Naomi like, oh, did you see that too? Like, I don't say a word. I just look like, whoa. Did you see
I don't
that
think
too?
I immediately look. I keep focused on Einar out of respect as well.
Mm-hmm. Ladies, you probably have met Vita before.
We have met,
Yes.
had
Yes.
a somewhat chaotic
Now also as your common roommate.
also.
Yes.
Indeed, we have.
She's
Vita-
pleasant.
Vita works for me. She has been at the palace for quite some time. Her arcane talent is the reason that she was admitted into the Cursebreakers Academy.
Ah.
We've seen it at work, yes.
I think for a moment Naomi would sort of she wouldn't express it externally, but Einar would probably still notice that in her thoughts she sort of like is that what you call talent? When Talga references, we notice
Wow.
that.
When you think that,
and I immediately like,
when you think that, you notice that Einar just looks at you and just like immediately like a disapproving glance for a second.
I
Not
can't
so
get a
big,
picture of
but,
a sheep out of my head
Yeah.
when meeting her. That's why I'm thinking about
Yeah.
that word.
And
But I'm also
I
gracious
immediately
in
went
it.
correct
Like,
my thoughts.
she recovered and she's doing well and she's nice.
can everybody roll me another perception check, or in this case now Arcana? So either perception or Arcana.
That's another one that you.
Another one. Okay.
Another one.
Damn.
Jesus.
Nice.
She really doesn't want to mess this up.
No.
3.
She's just putting
really
all
don't.
her luck. 15 plus 4 is 19.
Okay.
16 on perception.
Okay, well, in this case, these 3 rose for a second. Like, maybe you were looking the other way. The gem next to that blue one sparked up red. Well, she gave her response.
How many gems are on there?
There are 5.
5.
Is it like an emotions thing? That's what.
Possibly.
Yeah.
So it's blue and red.
So
Falca sees
sadness
The
and
red for the
anger.
first time.
Yeah.
So she hadn't seen the blue.
She hadn't
So she's
seen
like,
And
think just clear.
at that moment, this moment is interrupted by the server, who then comes up with the glasses. In this case, there are 5 glasses. And like puts the red wine, puts the white wine, puts the sweet wine, gives you the glass of champagne. And you notice that for Einar, it is a wine glass, but there is just just like a clear liquid in it.
Vodka.
Or a full wine
This is-
bigger than vodka. No.
For those who who has a passive perception above 12?
Nee, ik heb er 11.
Hold on, let me
11.
see
14.
where it is.
Okay, then you notice
Oh,
that there's a
no.
little bit
No,
of steam
no.
coming from it. It seems to
Sake.
be like heated.
Of gewoon heet
That's
water.
interesting.
Ik heb een aantal iets wat vreemde collega's die heet water drinken.
It is an ice. It is
Kan
an
het
ice.
lekker zijn.
Nou ja, aan het einde.
Normale
ervan-
mensen maken er thee van, maar...
Ja,
Ja, maar als je heel
Ja.
lang al thee drinkt, op een gegeven moment ben je er wel een beetje
En
thee
als je
bij.
heet
heel
water.
kritisch bent op
Ja, maar aan
thee
het einde van de dag
smaken
is
en
er
er
best
zit
wel
gewoon
zoet,
niks
want als
bij.
je de hele
dan-
dag zo
Nee,
doormaakt, dan
oké.
blijft er waarschijnlijk
Ja.
een klein beetje in
het
zitten.
is een beetje.
Focusing
Dus
back.
hij is zoet af en toe.
Let's just focus on...
Focusing back. Volga, what is your opinion on the current state of the desertification?
Well, our efforts have been so far successful in keeping it a little bit at bay, but to be honest, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, especially with like the crystals failing. That's quite a serious matter, of course.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually kind of fortuitous that you mentioned that we might be meeting someone from all the way down south, because I'm actually kind of curious how the reports are over there. We haven't had much contact from South Barat.
Priestess Yasmin will be arriving as well.
I see.
She has also enrolled into the Cursebreakers Academy as well.
Does Tolga have an idea who this person is?
Absolutely no idea. None.
I see. Well, she sounds important.
I have never met this priestess, but if they are sending an envoy to here, then things must probably also be dire in their situation. Father's strength and mother's love have been at war for quite some time now. You have no idea what that means. None of you do.
Just glance with the
Quite a chaotic situation, I'm sure. Tolga's just kind of like diplomatically bluffing her way through it.
Immediately upon sensing within everybody's mind that nobody knows about this, it'll be covered during during second year history lessons, so do not worry.
Do we sense like from
Can everybody roll me an insight? It is a difficult check, but
Oh! Net 20, mijn eerste. Plus 1 is 21.
9?
Niet genoeg.
okay.
15.
10.
What did I get? Not only you. Only you. You notice that everything that you're kind of like thinking about, he's responding to that. The others kind of like, he seems to be very knowledgeable about us. But you notice everything that you're kind of like almost thinking about just is being brought up.
Yeah, it's like he's finishing sentences that I haven't even spoken yet.
Yes. And then you notice, because you kind of like realized this in the moment, because of course the glasses were being served, you were like busy, you notice that the other one on the other side, so not the big one, but this one glows up green.
Tolga keeps that to herself.
And then looks at Rose. And there's a saddened expression for a second. And I kind of like looks at you. How is your mother, Rose?
Her light is not overly present, if that says enough.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, in the back of my mind, it goes like the moments of coldness and stuff, and me leaving, and yeah. But I'm just a bit sad.
I have heard within the city that there are projects being considered to rebuilding Calcaré.
You have?
I
Have I?
I don't think you would, because that would have been probably in like a bit more mid-higher circles, and you were just busy with college.
Yeah.
Do you know about this?
I do not.
I see.
It immediately flips into my mind like
Maybe your mother didn't
it
even
wouldn't
tell
be
you.
the same.
Yeah, I understand that. If you would like to be enrolled with that,
Enrolled with that.
so if you would like to be involved in its restoration,
I suppose on the magical knowledge department of retrieving some of the old, I would.
mm-hmm. What is you say this, but what is your real thoughts? What are your real thoughts? Do you want to, or do you think no, that's a life that's gone and it hurts too much? Because
It hurts a
everything
lot.
is gone.
It hurts a lot, and it definitely wouldn't feel like home. But she also wants a place that feels like home again, so she's willing to give it a chance.
Mm-hmm. Can everybody roll me another perception or arcana check?
Natural 20.
20.
Plus-
Another one. My god, how many net 20?
Het is pas de tweede voor mij vandaag. Hè?
Because in
Deze
this
heeft al
case,
18 gehad.
now it's going. They're looking into this direction, and then the gemstone at the other edge glows this kind of like vibrant, whitish silverish.
As like peeked
Yeah.
corner of my eye.
What's that?
Oh,
2020.
And then you noticed as well. You perhaps noticed like they were faced this way, but you noticed like the glow.
yeah. And now with that, I noticed the rest of them too.
Yeah, they're not glowing. Only
They
they just sparked
spark
up for a second while you were talking.
Yeah, but that means the other ones have magic in them too, which are one of the.
If you
Signals.
noticed it, if you noticed the others glowing, and you've seen that.
Okay. Yeah, well, but it's just a thought. Like if that one it does something, then the others will too. So.
And then, in this case, like someone, like servants are coming up, and like on the table there is like little dishes being placed, and well, this case, Einar is just sitting there with their glass, they're like taking a sip, but please, dig in. Just
Alright.
tell me something. What are your table manners?
I think Naomi would be really careful. She has been used to eating like in where she grew up and during travel a lot. So being in a fancy restaurant is something she's not used to, and she'll just be extra careful, especially not trying to spill anything on her dress. Just slow but steady.
Vita.
Well, I think Vita's very focused on her father and doing well, so I think she by default goes into the do not speak unless spoken to vibe. So obviously she has learned how to use the utensils and how to eat properly and whatever, and I think Caitlin taught her, or well, at least she knows, but she's quiet because she wants to impress her father, and so yeah, she will not speak unless she's spoken to.
Do we notice this, like this change in attitude?
Probably, if it's very obvious. Tell me.
Not overly obvious. She just perhaps you know Vita as someone who speaks her mind and will say stuff before.
You're unusually quiet.
Yes.
I would imagine Thalga would sense some sort of tension coming from this corner. Because you're really focused on doing well.
yeah,
You're
but
really focused on not offending anyone, especially your father. So whilst Thalga does know her thing about doing the things with the cutlery, she's technically not a noble, but also technically middle.
Dwarven traditions may not be the same, of course.
No, but she knows how. She knows that she doesn't need to just just use her hands to put food on her plate or something like that.
Yeah.
So she tries to act composed. Gee, crike. And tries to make some small conversation to just diffuse the tension a little bit and focus, maybe get Einar to focus on her instead of them. And in particular, instead of Peter.
Mm-hmm. You need to pay the cookie tax.
Well, in that case...
Hey, we're having dinner here, so...
Yeah.
Over the course of this, maybe 20 minutes, I want everybody to just... This is a little bit, maybe a little forced, but just everybody roll me a little con save. Let's see who the lowest is.
Natural 20.
Okay.
Wow. Kan, dan moet je dan plus anything.
Hi.
Yeah.
Con save.
Saving
Staat op je
throws.
sheet.
Oh, right.
Nee.
Oh, wacht. Con. Constitution. That would be 22 then.
Okay.
13 plus 4 is 17.
9.
Okay, then this is just gonna be the two of you both, because 9-9. Okay.
The two
Wait,
nervous ones.
The two next ones. Yes?
My table manners.
Oh yeah, of course. Go ahead. Tell me.
I think Rose would know how to behave in the presence of highly high status people from the temple, like visiting in the for the namesake of Harmonia and the peace and everything. So she wouldn't be overly concerned about that. But she's just, I think she's just a little bit more nervously quiet, as already said during the dinner. So it's
Basically, Thalga is the only one just yapping.
It's very awkward.
Which is like
It's very awkward.
Oh,
Yes.
wait, you're yapping.
Over
Wait,
the
I
course-
was I'm making conversation to help break the tension.
But Einar is kind of like paying attention to you. Maybe you're going over like the details of the schematics for the shield of the Oasis, how it's protecting the desertification, like how it's like making that. And like you notice that Einar is like paying close attention to this conversation as well, and there is some kind of like sense of relaxation almost coming from it. And you would have noticed that green gemstone sparks up a few more times while you're talking.
Jesus, Thalga is just carrying like everyone's so stressed, and Thalga is just trying to remain calm and keep things going. Even Einar is just not having this day. It's funny.
Naomi, you drank a little bit too much. And the spicy walnut is extra spicy.
Oh no!
Oh, have you had that spicy walnut? It's delicious.
I think
just that little heat around the edges.
The fact that it's extra spicy.
Hold on.
I think the fact that it's extra spicy is actually just more comforting, because the cold presence of Einar just gets counteracted by the hot upglowing from the spiciness. So I'm sort of like I feel the spiciness, but immediately just feel like the warmth also spread through my body, and like for a moment it's a little unsettling, and then it's just like this actually helps.
Yeah, but you do feel that you need to visit the toilet, perhaps, and both of you, because you rolled both a 9.
Okay. Well, Vita's just sitting there, like, trying not to cough too loudly, like, trying to get it all down without dying. So, like...
You
I've
okay?
already finished the round. Trying to flush it all away.
Are you okay, Vita? I sort of I cough as well a little bit.
Yes, I'm fine, but I might need to use the restroom to freshen up a little, if that's allowed.
Yeah, me too.
Einar is probably
allowed?
kind of like listening to just Thalga, which is kind of like maybe like grounding a little bit to him.
Yeah, and if you use these specific metallics to house the crystal, then it amplifies the power within. I don't really know why it works, but I've
maybe
read some all
like
over.
while there's like a second that you're not like you're still thinking like there is still a moment until we are being called in. Do what you need to do, and then immediately.
And Vita just like jumps up a bit too eagerly, almost
Yeah.
runs towards the bathroom.
We're going to the bathroom together.
Like desert dwarf food is just very naturally very spicy, so she has no issue with it. And you've been living with us for a while, so
Yes.
you're used to it too. But
Yes.
those two, they're just.
So
I think it's still a little bit spicy boys left in there.
like maybe
Yeah.
Rose could even like add into the conversation a little bit because she has been spending so much time with you.
Right.
So-
But I have been just hands-on assisting, so what do I know about it?
You tell me what she knows.
I imagine that sometimes Tolga is like this, this kind of verstrooide professor-type, zeg maar. Ik kon even niet het Engelse woord verzinnen. Like she might just be like, and then we need to, what's it called again? And you just butt in with, oh, you mean this and this and this? Oh, yes.
Hi. Yeah, let's go.
So, technically speaking, you do not know which direction the bathroom is, but you two quickly get up and just you're like, what are you gonna do? Where are you gonna walk?
I don't know, is there a sign?
Is there someone that we can approach?
There's of course like servants just walking around.
I would probably approach the nearest servant or like raise my hand. Excuse me, where's the ladies' room?
Out the door to the and like from your door, out this door to the left, and then the first door on your right.
Thank you, and I just
I speed along.
Okay.
With
Okay.
Vita.
As you are in the hallway, in this case, you wander in this case and like, okay, to here to the right, and then you come across this hallway that indeed says, there, to like a larger hallway, and there's like a little sign, royal dining room. It says, and then toilets to that side.
Oh look.
I think I noticed it, but just
Yeah,
Straight to the
on
toilet.
To the toilet.
Okay.
Kind of in a hurry right now.
Yeah. Okay, as you go to the toilet, you take care of your business, you step out, and the both of you come out of the rooms, and you're standing in front of the mirror, and like, what's going through both of yours are you talking?
It's so fancy here.
And like, golden gouden kraan.
Wow.
it's, yes, very very fancy.
There's like 7 different types of soap.
I smelled them all. One by one.
You're just washing your hands 7 times.
And then
this one is
the
actually
eighth
good.
with the one I like the most.
Yeah.
Nee, die doe je gewoon in je hand.
So,
It's all complimentary, right?
you just shove it like in somewhere.
What's going
I may
through
I may have some spot next to my knife that I can.
Yeah, I brought an empty vial that I should
Like-
fill myself.
You anticipated that you had a chance to acquire something fancy.
What's going through your minds? Or are you having a moment to talk?
Is it me or is this very awkward? This conversation, I mean,
his what, like his crown thingy lit up a few
yeah, I
times.
saw that too, but it was blue.
Yeah,
and then the
it
one was red.
And there was a silver one,
Oh really? I didn't see that.
but the big one in the middle didn't light up.
No, I haven't seen that yet. But what do you think it means?
I don't know. You work for him.
Yeah, well, does it
Apparently.
mean I know him that well?
Roll me an Arcana check or history check.
I think she mentioned that she works for him.
18.
Well, he mentioned it.
Yeah, but she also mentioned
Yeah,
it
yeah.
herself.
18.
She also, kind of broke.
Yeah.
For a second, you are being reflected. Like, for a second, I'm going to open up the mansion.
Flashback moment.
Yeah. Just so that you know.
Oh! Yeah.
Oh.
Took you a while.
Did you know this?
Just go on.
Yeah. Okay.
This pops up into your mind.
I think Vita's reaction will be the same as mine.
What do you say to
There's this room. There's like.
Yes.
It's the throne room.
Yeah,
Like
it's
I'm like
almost like a throne room.
the third
You know,
soap at the moment.
You think, okay, I'll just go along with this.
No, I mean I had my third soap and currently like smell in my hands
Yeah.
like on number 4.
There's this throne room, and it has like 4 statues. Was it right?
Yep.
Yeah, it has these like 4 statues of luminary on horses and stuff, and they also light up in the same way, in the same colors as well. I don't know what it means, but it.
The only thing that you got from it was spring, summer, autumn, fall. Spring,
Oh,
summer,
right.
autumn, winter.
And it was like the 4 seasons. But I don't know if it seems. It can't be a coincidence, right?
Well, I don't know. Could be.
While you're having your conversation, suddenly this very cute thing just wanders in the door, like this very adorable little kind of like dragon creature, just like.
Aw.
Huh?
Oh, hello!
Hello.
Huh? Is it blue?
You're cute!
Yes, it's blue.
Are you friendly?
It's what shade of blue is it? Similar blue to my dress? A little different.
I think it would be similar. Yeah, it is. Maybe the image is a little too light.
Mhm.
I didn't have a hero for the model, but it is similar to Amidon's mount, because
That I
Amidon.
didn't see.
Yeah. No, you did see it because he was
Can
like
I-
in the carriage.
Oh, Amidon.
Yeah, Amidon,
Oh.
your carriage driver.
Oh,
He
right.
brought you on a caravan with a blue guard drake,
Yeah.
and they're the
Oh,
same
right.
color as that.
Can I reach out my hand?
Just give me an animal handling check.
I was about to say I want
I
to
wanna-
kneel in
I
front
wanna
of
test
it.
What was it again? Animal handling.
Yes.
It's 13.
9.
Comes to you. And like sits in front of you.
I pat it on the head.
Mm.
Oh, you're so cute! Do you have a name? Does it have a tag or something?
It does kind of like have like a very fancy tag with like this little thunder cloud on it,
Yeah.
and it says Sparky.
Is
Oh my
your
God,
name
that's adorable.
Sparky? Are you not like the goodest boy or girl or whatever you are? You're so cute! Where did you come from, little guy?
And then you hear from outside the door, Sparky! Where are you? You little devil.
And I open the door, and before I see who it is, I'm like, he's here!
And in this case, there is, of course, this. It's not on the map, but there is like specific gendered bathrooms and gender neutral bathroom. So you
Mhm.
would all be to the women's, I suppose.
But
But,
the first one we could
Yeah,
find.
yeah.
It
And like,
doesn't really matter. That's the first
Doesn't
one
matter
we
what
could
symbols
find.
on the door, just straight to the pot.
hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Is this yours?
Well, he's not in the door, of course.
Uh-huh,
Oh.
right?
He Sparky's over here.
I walk out the door and sort of like
I keep
It's in
petting.
Oh, hello there.
I keep petting
And like
the
immediately, like,
dragon.
Sparky, and like the little, and like immediately
Go
like
off
jumps
it.
up and like immediately like just jumps in there to their arms. There you are, you little devil.
Aw. And I think we both are in the hallway now.
Yes,
Yeah.
and
Yes.
you are standing in front of the man.
Oh, he's yours.
Thank you for finding him, ladies.
He's
This-
very friendly.
I like his color.
He's very cute.
Thank you so much. This is indeed little Sparky. Sorry for bothering you, ladies.
No,
It's
no.
okay.
He's very cute.
Sparky sometimes likes to explore. I told him specifically to stay with his brothers and sisters, but he didn't want to listen now, did you?
There's more of them?
Well, yes, and technically. Sparky was born a little too early.
Aw. Is that why he's so small?
Well, he's relatively newborn, yes.
He's very cute.
How old is he?
About a month.
Oh,
That is newborn, yeah.
Yes.
he's such a baby!
Yeah, he's like, so, but they grow very fast. But
Oh.
sometimes it does happen, like they can be born too early. Apologies, ladies. I will first introduce myself. I'm Prince Ramil Akoson of Talosta.
Vita immediately
I-
Curtis like,
Ramil-
oh my god, Prince!
Ramil Akoson Talosta.
Ramil up.
You will have to
Akoson.
spell that. Ramil?
Ramil. Ramiel.
Ramil.
Pepijn moet lachen, want hij weet er wel van.
Ramil en dan?
Akoson. A-C-C-O-S-O-N.
Akoson, ja.
Talosta. T-A-L-O-S-T-A.
Van, waar was hij van?
Van, nou, hij zegt Talosta.
Oh, van Talosta.
Von Talosta.
Von Talosta.
Von.
Ramil Akoson von Talosta.
Ja, zo. He's a full titles guy.
Mother of Dragons.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, dat was wel heel hard.
Sort of literally.
That's right.
Father of Dragons in this game.
Oh,
Vita immediately Curtis like, oh my god, Prince!
Not required, ladies. I'm so thankful that you found little Sparky. So.
I'm Naomi, this is Vita.
And I stick my hand up. Because that's the way she's used to introducing herself, like,
Then,
hello!
in this case,
That's
you notice that a dragon hand is going to reach out. What do you do?
I mean, she looks at it like, alright.
It is a firm hand grip.
She looks
like-
him in the eyes like,
Yeah.
hello, because she obviously thinks he's cute.
The man is about Naomi's size. He's not like broad-shouldered. He's like a more slender man. But the arm is like, like
I don't act like I don't know this. And I give a firm handshake back.
I give her just a handshake as well, and if I notice it's firm, I sort of like match
Yeah.
ooh, strong grip.
match the firmness. Not trying to hurt him, but sort of
Yes.
like.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I like a strong woman.
And also, I smile at him.
Okay.
From
Thank
each
you.
ear.
Thank you so much, ladies. But yes, it does happen from time to time that they're born a little bit too early. But little Sparky also was not meant to be brought here. But well, they seem to take a strong liking to me, so I keep him around with me.
That doesn't seem like it's too much of a bother. I mean, such a cute little creature.
No, it's they affectionately recognize us as family immediately. So.
That's wonderful.
But yes, there are more, but they're still waiting to hatch. They're for the king.
Oh, that's exciting. Do you watch over them, or?
We have an old tradition that goes back long, with even back to the days of Mariah, so like before the kingdom was destroyed. To the guard rakes you may have seen here within the city.
Oh,
They originate from us.
oh really?
And we have once every few months that we present the eggs to the king, and they will be raised here in the drink house. And from time to time, I spend time here to see how they're doing and to present the eggs to the king.
That's so interesting.
Since that you helped me find Sparky, would you like to see the eggs?
Yes,
It
please.
would be an honor.
Excellent. Follow me, ladies.
Like, immediately follow. Like, oh my god, yeah.
Although you do need to go back to Einar. But
That's what I.
You're
following your
Perhaps
friends.
we
Well, we can be quick, right?
yeah.
Quick, lads.
Wait, dat zeg je tegen haar?
En ook wel tegen hem.
He'll understand.
Do you have somewhere to be?
Well, my
Her boss and our teacher.
Professor
technically.
Einar Gideon Sarah is waiting for us back at the table, but he'll
I'm
understand.
I am so sorry, ladies. I'm so sorry for bothering your time. For
No, not at all. I'm very interested. Perhaps
We can
later. I mean,
see the eggs later.
I'd love to see them.
Well, once I have given them to the king, they go to the Drake house. But
You could then maybe
Perhaps-
take us to the Drake house.
Yeah, or perhaps, I mean, I don't know how long you're staying in town, but
if you
perhaps
want,
another day would be
that would
more
be fun.
convenient.
That would be fun. Because you helped little Sparky, and like Sparky's like towards you. Like, they seem to like. It's like there's for a second almost like as if they understand each other.
Oh!
Like, okay, as you wish. I wouldn't want to bother you, ladies, but if you want to see the eggs now, we can take a short peek. But if I don't want to.
Well, I don't
Bother
want to upset Einar, but
Yes.
perhaps it's more respectable to go and look at the eggs another time.
I understand perfectly. Then I'll see you guys, ladies, another time. Do say my regards to Loom and Einar.
Oh, I will,
Sure.
I will.
We will.
And he kind of like takes one step back to let you go through, and then
I smile at him while I walk past.
Yeah. he does smile back in this case to the both of you.
Yeah.
Like you swoon.
I glance over my shoulder before I enter into the room.
That guy is probably still yapping. And then you are back into the room in this case. What is going through the two ladies' minds?
I'm obviously giddy because he was very cute. Vita instantly has a crush.
It is indeed a very peculiar man with like the brown eyes, the kind of like blue like markings, and the literal dragon claw.
Yeah, that was very interesting, but
Mhm.
she just saw that
She
he was
can work
cute,
with
so-
that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She
he
can
has
work with that.
potential.
And of course, he also had like an ear piercing here in his eyebrow,
Like,
and like has like very fancy jewelry, of course.
cool.
Yeah. You wander back to the table.
I think through Naomi's head there would be like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, we can see dragon eggs. That's... I sort of had my hand on the door, and I just see Talga just like big
Wildly gesturing.
like,
Maybe you got a pencil somewhere, and that now you're like on the napkin making schematics.
On the silk napkins.
No, I asked for pen and paper from like the waiting staff.
Yes,
I
it's fine.
assumed this was complimentary.
so I sort of open a door and give you a look like, are we interrupting? Can we?
Oh, feel free to sit down. I was just explaining some intricacies in a proposal that I might be doing my next year dissertation on expanding the whole system across the entire world.
Cool. We had to give you the regards from Prince Ramiel. We
Like his son from
came
Palestine.
across him in the hall.
Yes.
You did not bother him,
No, not at all.
We found his Sparky.
Tracking thingy.
and then immediately because he can just see it and like, all right. If you see him again, send my regards as well.
Alright. We will.
We were just listening to Thalga explain the dynamics, the aerodynamic system of the. Something.
That.
Yes. Now, well, if you use some alloy between several of these metals, according to this specific.
Another 10
Yeah.
minutes pass by of this, like listening to this because
Vita's already
Adding on
distracted,
in
just
between
looking
it.
everywhere, but
Vita's
at the
daydreaming about
conversation.
Ramiel.
Yeah, like.
yeah.
Oh, dear, you're drooling.
I sort of take a napkin and just sort of like.
Wipe it up.
No.
You two ladies have arrived back. You have noticed that some people have actually left the room. And it seems to be that only your little table and the two random guys are still in the rest of this little front area.
Okay.
At the moment that you notice that Aina was listening very closely to your conversation, and Rose would have picked up at the moment that those two came back that immediately a sense of distance shows up again.
Okay.
We won't say he plays favorites, but they. I was just distracting him, I suppose.
Well, you can give me an insight check because you know of it.
He's just humoring me.
Perhaps you get the idea that listening to one mind that is talking very interestingly about one subject is soothing to him. But now that there are 4 minds again, it's a little bit overwhelming again, and he needs to close himself off again.
Okay.
That sounds reasonable.
But
So-
you know that. You just told about the prince. How do these two respond?
Oh,
You just came across a prince in the hallway.
Yeah.
do you describe him?
Oh, she almost lured him into the ladies' room, but you know.
Oh, well,
I don't know what you're talking about.
I suppose if you have a small wormling that needs to be taken care of in the ladies' room,
Well,
it's
the
always
wormling
useful to have a prince
found
nearby.
Us. I mean,
That just
how could
went-
I have known it
went
belonged
wrong
to
in
a
my
prince?
What
But it's,
what did he look like?
Well, he was very handsome. And he,
I had sort of like a draconic arm.
yeah,
It was very strong.
yes.
Oh, I saw him
surprisingly
come
strong.
in.
You did?
I did. I was the last in line.
Aina is probably a
before
little
he
bit
entered.
focused on the word that you use the word handsome. He father vibes are coming in, but
Your hands of my daughter, you.
you wanted to ask something?
No, I was going to say, you saw that when we... would he then have approached on the giant flying blue dragon?
Huh?
That would make sense.
It kind of would
I mean-
make sense since he had a small one with him.
Yeah. And
Really
he,
cute.
Oh,
Really,
and
really
he
cute
told
one.
us all
The
about
whole theme.
all the eggs and stuff.
Concordia has had for many generations strong bonds with Stormglen up north. So yes, we have a special place called the Drake House where the drakes are being trained. It's probably also where at this moment Sieglind is staying.
And who is Sieglind?
It's Dragon.
Oh,
Oh.
so I did hear correctly and
So
see
he
correctly.
has a full-grown entire dragon.
I mean, where do you think baby dragons come from?
I mean, it's not my business to know. So
It is tradition
He
that
did say that we were invited to come
Yes.
take a look at the
we
eggs.
can go and look at the eggs later.
How delightful.
It is tradition that once a year, just after the warmest moment of summer, that on the dragon, eggs are being brought to Mariah, now Concordia.
Then it's a tradition going a long way back.
At some point, they were even brought to our mansion.
Oh, really?
The palace is too cold currently.
Do who of us knows of Mariah and the history and stuff?
All of you know. Some know better, but even you have in your first years of study know that the city was destroyed during the years before the Therianthropic convergence. It was destroyed by wild mechanical animals.
Okay.
You know this. And somehow the Therians, including the lion folk everywhere around here, were born from that magical convergence.
That was the part I remembered, but okay.
Oh.
So, sir, may I perhaps ask a deeper question?
You have about 2 minutes.
You don't have to answer long, really. Have you known the city or empire of Mariah?
Nope. Hold on. Immediately, just an extra cold breeze is being felt for everyone.
Yeah, that's true.
My family used to rule this place.
Oh,
Oh,
that would be a definite yes, sir.
I think your eyes would go widened because you probably have the realization that
Whoa!
if you're...
Oh my god, that's why we live in a palace!
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I can
I
already
feel rich.
Realize
envisioning
it
him
would be
looking at you
sensitive
with
one.
this thought.
Little princess.
Yeah.
huh.
At some point, these drakes were brought to our palace. We had also raised them for generations. Until we couldn't anymore. Until I couldn't anymore.
That's sad to hear.
At some point, after that, yeah, because
Yeah,
you don't have room for another question
No.
in this case. Another servant comes in, and at the moment that they walk in, and like, are you ready? And Einar immediately just gets up because he feels probably some sense of awkwardness, but also some sense of sternness from what you just asked. Because he told honestly, but he is immediately like ice cold. Like, perhaps to those who would, you are bare feet.
Mm-hmm.
Then you notice that underneath the flooring, it is becoming like icicle layer.
Ooh, slippery.
Einar
I'm
gets
currently
up.
still sitting, though,
Yeah.
so...
Einar gets up and like on your best behavior. And like you four are being asked to get up.
Well, we survived a prince. I mean, what difference does a king make, right?
Yeah.
Certainly, Professor.
Okay. And in this case, I'm
Is
doing...
it slippery?
Yeah, probably just okay. It's not gonna be difficult, but unless you completely
Make
fuck it up,
calls.
give me a dex save.
For all of us, because
No,
I'm wearing heels.
Fine,
It's-
roll a dex
well,
save.
technically, bare feet are better on ice than just flat shoes.
That is true.
That's
That-
for
that is
all of
true.
us.
Heels.
That is true.
He gets advantage.
Fine, roll me with advantage, and the rest rolls normal.
Oh no.
Ooh. Wait, what? Bobo?
A dex save,
Dex
Dex.
save.
just for funsies. This
I
is
just-
not
It's 22.
Oh.
perfect balance.
I rolled 2 6s, so with a dex save that would be an 8.
Okay.
19.
Oh, fine.
12.
Okay, you're also fine.
Sturdy on your dwarf feet.
It's
I rolled
Eight-
6
you rolled,
twice.
Yeah, you rolled 8. Okay, DC 8 it was already. But like you do like for a moment like it's cold, it's extra cold. Like maybe there's like a little ice spike as well. Like as if you step on a Lego. Like and like for a second you slip, but then you quickly catch yourself again.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately from this, Rose's question probably triggered something that now the like on the little icicle that's now on the ground, it is sharp. It is like, ooh, that was probably a bad question. But he did answer it.
So, good news. We're winning
Right.
his trust. But I suppose we get up.
I really carefully just walk.
You, in this case...
Is ook wel ergens zijn ze, ik het zitten.
Mhm.
Oh ja, dat vindt Marco vast wel leuk.
Oh,
Marco, well, hi.
Hold on. Actually, set him to the other side. Hold on. As you are being brought up, when you pass this hallway, everybody gives me a perception check as you glean from this side.
Oh, that's a natural 20.
Okay.
Well, holy hell, hoog.
My God, you have how many 20s?
6.
Weighted dice.
10.
17.
You two follow Einar too closely. You two spot the following. You spot, in this case, another one of the servants wearing a similar outfit to Dimitri, and you spot this tiny little dragon, almost like walking out the door, and like one of the employees kind of, no, stay. And you notice that this employee looks like a catfolk, black fur, and like kind of like squirms it, like, stay, come on, back to the others. You pick up on this.
Someone doesn't want to.
You two have noticed, and you have especially noticed this.
Yeah.
Now, when you are standing in front of a very big, fancy door, I'll wait until the paper is being shredded. And the servant kind of like steps to the side. Einar addresses the four of you and says, you will introduce yourselves one by one. I will go first. Decide in which order.
I don't know. Let's roll it before.
You
I'll go
You
second.
You go second. Okay. Okay, so
Take
second
the
after
ball.
Einar.
Yeah.
I just want to be done with it. I'll go first.
Then I'll go last.
Okay, so we have Einar, then you, then you,
Hmm.
then you, and you.
Okay.
Put them in the order, please.
Here?
No, in the hallway.
Okay.
This.
Well, because
So-
strangely, but because of feeling
Following the
nervous, I
leader.
just want to do the nervous part.
Yes.
So that you can just sit down.
Exactly. So, you all overhear this, of course, as you witness in this case that Einar goes in, and then you hear like an announcement of like, Lumin, Einar, and steps forward, and he has brought with him a few excelling students in their first years. So they move forward, and you just overhear like a very deep, grovelly voice. Ah, there you are, old friend. It is so good to see you. Who have you brought with you? And then, in this case, kind of like Einar kind of like makes this motion of the first one to step in.
Stepping in a
From left to right. No, from right to left. There are 2 seats that are just filled. There are people there, but they seem to be some kind of like high noble, some high ranking. In the center 2 seats is the King Anwar, a very old lion folk, fur that is completely like grayed out, huge mustache, huge crown, but an arm covered in purple scars. They seem to be like kind of like they're still sitting strongly, but there is a sense of like this person has experienced a lot. Next to them is Queen Agimi, and they're also like an older woman, kind of like rested, like sitting very neatly on the chair. Next to them is a very lively individual, Prince Solaris II, like has this huge staff next to them that is like linked to the chair, like glowing like the sun, like very fancy, like boisterous, very youngish. And next to them is this kind of like strange lizard folk that you have seen on the academy. You saw them during the opening ceremony. They were with another group.
Oh.
You don't know what
Right.
their name is. Introduce yourself as you are just greeted by
I am with the part of the confidence that I do have in my elegance and calm. I step forward
So they are sitting on those chairs behind.
and I bow like in that sun way. Praise the sun. I am Rose White. Do I need to say anything else?
Yeah, well, you have a moment to introduce yourself, where you come from, if you want to say this, what you excel at.
Yeah.
If you sense nervousness, then Aina will jump in.
No. The player's nervous.
That's okay.
Okay. She'll go. I am particularly fond of the divine lessons and the harmonic arts. And I look forward to learn more about many magical and dimensional things that will be discussed in the lessons.
And then you see that
I don't go into background.
That's fine. You see that the queen addresses you. Thank you so much for coming here today, Rose White. Please take your seat.
Thank you.
And then you move to the side, and you find a little, like a calligraphy, Rose White. And in this case, you are sitting on the corner here. Yeah. And then the next one.
Next up.
I step in. Is the floor here also ice?
No.
It's
No, this is this is a heated floor.
Ooh.
This is a
Well,
heated
that
floor.
that feels better for my feet then.
Like, you notice, because of course, I'm sorry, I didn't have the chance. There is a sky view actually. Like, you see the night sky above you, and there's like light coming in from like the moon. So there's like this huge open, and it is super warm here. It is so comfortable. It is like shining in like a glass koepel.
Isn't it like kind of a shock though, considering this where
Yeah,
we're
and
just
and like the light is shining on you as you are introducing yourself.
Well, I just walk up and I say, praise the sun. My name is Naomi Kawakami. I am a weapon master. And I am honored to meet all of you. And I look all of them one by one.
Mm-hmm. You notice especially that behind the king is standing someone, which in very fancily clothes is that fisherman.
Oh!
Yes.
The fisherman.
I saw him. I was like, oh, that's the guy.
It is obvious to understand they are an attendant to the king. The moment that you notice that the king coughs for a second, they are immediately there with like a napkin or something else.
I think my eyes linger on him for a moment as well.
Maybe they linger back as well.
And give a slight nod.
You introduce yourself, and then in this case, the prince addresses you. The prince, Prince Solaris. Kawakami, I've heard of that name somewhere before. Are you from the Soar Lands far away?
Yes, I am.
It is good to see people from there. Like this. Yeah.
I give a nod, but I don't really respond.
That's okay. Please find your seat.
Alright, I walk to my seat.
You sit next to Rose.
My turn, I suppose. Well, in the same fashion as the others, Thalga steps forward, she bows, praise the sun, of course. Your Majesty, Your Highnesses, I am Thalga, Fireward of Sanbarat, studying here at the Cursebreakers Academy, in the tutelage of...
This is, yeah.
In the tutelage... That's always neat. In the tutelage of Lumen Einar, of course. As she bows again.
The king is like immediately, like for a second, you notice that you notice his fishermen as well, who are kind of like, no, apologies, Saradbats. We have strong ties to that place. Your efforts against the desertification are very, very, very known to the people here in the city as well. I want to thank you for that.
We try to do our best. It is appreciated. And good health to you.
You know that around 24, 25 years ago, there was an attack on the king. But he still survived. Find your seat, as in this case. And you sit, Vita sits next to the prince, so you sit there. You sit on the other side, Pelka.
Oh, okay.
Einar is sitting next to...
Oh dear.
Oh god.
Yes.
Oh, poor Einar.
And then we have Vita, who's
I'm
like...
sitting next to him, so...
Oh.
Your feet will be frozen.
Vita is like...
Okay, do not mess, do not fall, do not, that's the only thing she's thinking. Do not fall, do not fall, do not fall. Do not fall. I forgot where I'm from.
Leonopolis.
Oh yeah. You're right.
Het zou ook eigenlijk gewoon prachtig zijn. I am Vita of... I don't know, actually.
I can't remember. I saved the city, but I can't remember.
Yeah, exactly. Well, introduce yourself.
So I curtsy and I say, embrace the sun, because I know that's a common greeting. My name is Vita Stormborn, and I have recently moved into this wonderful city to attend the Cursebreaker Academy. And
Like, your father is standing next to you.
yeah,
Scanning you up and down, like...
and I noticed that, but I am trying my best. And I moved here from Leonopolis, which is a very small town. I'm very grateful to be here.
It's actually a very big city,
Oh.
but you are from down south, from like a little outskirts
Oh.
city. Sorry, I should have made that more clear.
Yeah.
You're from a little outskirt, like on the south.
And I'm very grateful to be here.
And like the queen kind of addresses you, and like it seems to be known. I want to thank you for your efforts in preventing the southern outskirts of Leonopolis not to have been burned down.
And I curtsy again. Thank you, ma'am.
Please find your seat.
You know?
And you sit. You are being put next to the prince.
Yay! Because I smile at him while I sit down.
And then in this case, Einar like makes a final bow and goes to sit in between those two. And he, like the second that he realizes in this case, oh no.
Oh no!
Because of course someone is blah 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 blah. It's like
not only that, but his daughter is sitting next to the handsome prince.
yes, indeed.
So it's a double problem for him.
That's
Yeah,
perfect
and there are
line
a
of
lot
sight.
of
And a triple
lines.
problem is there's a human sitting next to him.
Yes. Well, I don't think he really minds that, but
Maybe not at this point.
no.
To a lesser extent than the other ones.
Like, it's of lower concern over the other things, definitely.
Yeah.
Like,
And the question is, does Einar consider who's sitting across of him as human or as dragon folk?
Something between. Wat wil je zeggen?
no, obviously, Einar gets easily overwhelmed mentally, and there's a lot of minds. But he has an old friend at the table, probably, or in the neighborhood, so that might calm him down.
Not really, but okay.
Old friend?
Yeah, the king, right?
Well, yeah, the king, but the king is
The
sitting
king
at the
is
large
sitting
table.
here.
But there's like a lot of thoughts. And in this case, in this very fancy room, there's first like a little announcement, and then lots of different plates and dishes, and like huge kind of like things are being brought to the tables, and there's like a very lively conversation heard from the other side. And how is the conversation going on this side? Because Einar is kind of like blah 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 blah.
Who's this blah 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 person again?
Marco Vulperian.
Marco Vulperian.
Oh, yeah, okay.
He's the boastful guy that's been talking continuously about starting some sort of expedition. And
Yeah.
doesn't really seem well
He has no filter.
adjusted to
I think.
polite conversation.
Yeah, and across from him, it seems to be his attendant. So,
Right.
what happens at this table? Do you start a conversation?
I turn to the prince.
Who
Of course.
who was at that moment talking with the attendant, and you overheard a conversation, and you heard, where's your attendant? And then because an attendant asks about the other attendant, and like the prince responds like, oh, he was feeling a little sick. He also got a sunburn, he told me this morning. So yeah, it was better to just let him rest for the day. Besides, I can take care of myself.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you overhear this.
Okay.
Well, we are all very curious about this expedition still, so I suppose that will come up.
Oh, I will tell you definitely about the egg.
Like immediately begins like yapping about this.
Also, across table, like.
Like
Wow, screaming.
like immediately Einar is like, it's just some like vague like plans. There's not like anything concrete yet from this
Do I
discussion.
notice
So it's just a lot of
more
concept talk.
cold emanating from him?
Yes, there is definitely like a sense of like cold, and at some point you perhaps like notice that like one of the servants like comes in and seems to be like casting a spell on the floor, which makes the floor warmer to compensate.
You lifting your feet up.
Blah, blah, blah. You immediately to these four, it's noticeable that maybe someone should shut up. Because they're making Einar a little bit uncomfortable.
How do we make him shut up?
So
Maybe it's a conversation for a different time, Marco. And I sort of lean forward. And by the way, aren't you supposed to eat anything? How can you eat when you keep talking?
Oh, good point. Ow. There is even like a question. This talkative guy with a little bit unmannered. What is he even doing here? Like there is like it pops into your head.
It is
Probably has money.
It is an oddball compared to all the other very fancy and high-born people.
yeah.
So that is odd. Like, we are on the invitation of Einar.
Mm-hmm.
So, because, like, the other plebs that were there didn't show up.
Meet the plebs.
So, of course,
They can probably only
We are the
afford that
blessed
part.
here.
Tolga does not consider herself a pleb, but she does not,
We are technically.
you know, feel perhaps the same way about the others at the table.
Hey.
She doesn't know that you're technically a princess
Nope.
No, just
by pure
servants.
technicality.
That's the only way. That
Just,
doesn't-
just so that everyone has seen it, this is the image of King Anwar.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
Then we have Queen Radiant, Queen Agimi. Also, like very fancy. We have Prince Solaris, and the one who you do not know, but you have seen them, is a lizard folk with like very like fancy, almost like revealing clothing. Like very like it Hereford doesn't do it justice, but like with like very thin silk and like very like with veils and all kinds of little accessories everywhere. Like it's a little bit overdone, maybe like even like a nose ring like that, like traditional types of clothing.
Okay.
I may not be overly talkative at the table,
Mm-hmm.
but well, so considering what I'm wearing and wanting to make a good impression, and for Naomi's sake, I just I'm sort of want to have this calming, divine aura to calm the table and to like improve the energy and the and with it the temp.
I see, I see. And do you ask a question? Do you say anything? Does someone bring up a topic that they would like to discuss?
Yeah. Topic.
I
There would.
have something.
Einar's lesson maybe, but what is your idea?
Well, I turn to Prince Romeo and I say, well, Sparky is of the adventurous spirit, isn't he?
Most definitely, yes. They always get into a little bit of too much mischief.
I just saw them almost escaping.
Oh no. Let's hope he does not escape. And
No, there was this catfolk who got him and brought him to the others.
yes, we have the others are in a room nearby. Like the eggs are being brought in later.
Mhm.
Normally, my attendant would attend to that, but like I said, they were sick, so.
Yeah. Well, let's hope he doesn't get out again.
Let's not hope. It wasn't on my original plans to bring Sparky along, but, well, the moment that I left on Sieglint, they were crying. I could hear the crying as I was, like, almost a mile away, so I turned around.
Oh, aw. Well, then it's indeed a very good idea to bring him.
Yes, we have lots of cousins and family that have strong bonds with the dragons. So, there's a particular, like... there is a particular cousin that also has a very strong connection. What is his name again? Charlotte. Yes, Charlotte. And what is the other name? There's like I have so many cousins. I apologize. Sorry.
Must be great having a big family, and also
It does have
including
its-
the dragons in that family.
I mean, flying on a dragon to begin with is quite a thing.
Yes, of course, the city regulations, of course, have sometimes a problem with this. But yes, we do have strong bonds with them. Luckily enough, not compared to like long ago when Asheron was still like, well, there is a reason that it was now it's called the Silver Bay, but it at some point was called the Red Bay up north.
May I? Yeah, I'm addressing the prince too.
Mhm.
Might we, on the way out, see your beautiful dragon?
Well, before the dance begins, because the dance begins at like right now it's like half elf. Nee, jawel, dit is rond 10:15, half elf.
Vita vergaat
Yeah,
van
and it's well, you are eating. Like they just did like
De hele
dining.
tafel staat vol.
De hele
dus als
tafel
ze wil,
staat vol.
als ze wil bunkeren, kan ze dat doen.
Ja,
Yes.
dat is okay.
Wel met etiket.
She's eating, but she's
We typically we indeed do bring the eggs in.
half elf.
I would have expected Sarek to already have come, but you know what? I'll go check up on it.
We zitten wel op koers 11 van de 25.
Ja, oké.
We waren maar trouwens nog.
The prince leaves for a second.
Alright.
Goes to the hallway.
Oh,
Excuse me, please
Oh.
continue. Like, it's obvious to see that Einar was pretty invested in what the man said, and now that the man has left, oh, let's talk about the expedition a little bit. Unless someone intervenes.
Oh, what exquisite food they prepared.
Would you
don't
like to
think-
taste that?
Yes, certainly.
No, that's
Huh?
what you would like.
What?
Lama.
I would just ram a spoon in his mouth.
Yes.
From across the table.
It's totally table manners.
Extended
Like
glove. Of,
Flipping
of-
a
Ik hoor-
spoonful of mashed
een spoon.
potatoes.
Please, let's not turn this into a food fight here.
No. So, Professor Einar,
Yes.
what kind of topics will you be discussing this year?
There's of course many topics that will be in the curriculum this year. Like we've of course made another plan for the second years. First, you will probably study with me about the elemental chaos in the desert. And
Really?
of course, Professor Hasulon is taking some time off. Yes, to go on the expedition. He's taking some time off So we have teacher Tanantos. He will go over new weapon mastery techniques.
That piques my interest.
Oh.
Fascinating.
We have Professor Kolashar, who is of course going to continue with their harmonic arts lessons. And we have Lorelei, who will also continue on with herbology and craftsman. And of course we have of course like divinity lessons. So yeah. And he gives a simple plan of like the year.
Lorelei was the
So
one
he's occupied.
that I visited for the flowers in my hair.
Yes, indeed.
So Einar is conversation occupied.
Yeah, so he
Valkyrian is not talking.
keeping himself busy.
Right. And meanwhile, we're all eating, I suppose.
Another few more minutes pass by. The prince hasn't come back yet. And of course, another topic is brought up at some point. Like before another conversation about an expedition or something else happens. Talga probably jumps in to talk a little bit more about the irrigation system.
Yes.
Like the other attendant across from Marco hasn't really said anything. Not a lot. They're like an actual attendant. At some point, like they even like. And like, oh, like Marco is like wiping his mouth clean, like literal child foxfolk like sitting there, but child vibes. But the prince hasn't come back yet, though.
That's strange.
I take a look around to see if there's one of the servants attendants on the floor and flag them down.
You notice that most of the they're like this table is also very busy and loud, and like there's many conversations happening. You overhear some conversation about trade negotiations, and like servants are coming, and like that one lady that everybody like immediately like took a dislike to is like, this needs to be heated up more. Like at some point she even puts it on the ground. Like,
No.
like they're making a little bit too much of a spectacle out of this. Because you notice that the servants are mostly around there, someone else actually wanders up to you. You recognize the fisherman.
Bo, yes?
Bo, yeah.
Okay.
I
It's,
sort of like look at him and like try and get him to come over.
Immediately spots you, ladies.
Ah,
Good
to
thing.
see you again.
Einar, of course, is also there, so like he's going to put the pieces together. But it is good to see all of you.
Good to see you.
likewise.
Certainly.
Did you need something?
Well, the Prince Ramil here was going to check up on something, but he hasn't returned yet. I know his attendant isn't here, so I'm a little worried.
And he's like, I cannot leave King Anwar's side. And then
I understand.
I will see if another one is approachable. And like kind of like snaps his fingers, and like one of them is like looks over, like and like rushes up to him, and then one of the other servants is like wanders away. Enjoy the rest of your evening, ladies.
Thank you.
Sir,
You
may I
can-
ask something?
Of course.
What do you know how the condition of the lizard folk or dragon?
Einar jumps in. He is not at liberty to speak about that right now.
Sorry.
Do you happen to know who that woman is? And I point to the lizard folk next to Prince Solaris II.
That is Priestess Naila Yasmin from Mother's Love down south.
So that's the one Einar talked about.
Yep.
Wait. What was that about mother and father not coinciding well?
At some point, like you notice that Einar and Bo look at each other, and like Bo, like there is like a nod from Einar, and Bo responds, "Mother's love and Einar and mother's love and father's strength were around until 100 years ago. One settlement known as the Union, but." Differences in faith, differences in scarcity of resources with the desertification that is happening there, has put them at odds, which is unfortunate.
I
Because
see.
Mother's Love is more focused around peace and the negotiations, we have allied with them at the moment. Yet it is always difficult.
Why? If they're focused on peace.
Because their enemy, which is not their enemy because they are one people, have a different view on things. It is always difficult if two neighboring nations, and of course its main capital, has been split into two.
Which they would at some time seek to reunite?
We hope so. That is why Priestess Yasmin is here and is currently enrolled in the Cursebreakers Academy. But it is a difficult, sensitive subject
I see.
with escalations happening each day.
But if you don't mind me asking, is there also someone from Father's?
They were invited, but they have rejected the invitation, not wanting to meet with Nyla. The thing is that we try to remain neutral in this conflict, but that is difficult.
Yeah.
It
I
has
understand.
also caused troubles along the trade routes of the Whisker route. That is always difficult.
What does being neutral imply in that situation?
Offering a platform for them to talk safe here, further up north, away from the conflict.
That is a good thing indeed.
It is the only
Neutral
thing that we
ground.
can do. We have outposts down south, but we try to offer neutral ground here, but they're also pushing us out as well. So, because Nyla has accepted the invitation, and it is better for her to remain here for a while, because she over there was a political target, and she is blessed with a certain bloodline, it is best for her to study her talents here in the safety of Costa del Regido.
I
And
see.
yes, and is the academy just as safe for her then? Because there are a lot of kinds of students.
That is true. That is a difficult question to answer, but we have no people that have strong ties at the academy, as far as I know, with Father's strength. It's not that we want to ward that off, but there are not many lizard folk here. There are, but there are not many that are enrolled in the academy. There are, of course, some people that oppose her visitation here, worrying about both bringing the conflict over here and the people that sympathize with Father's strength. But that remains a difficult subject, so that's why she also remains at the palace of the king.
I understand. So she doesn't have a dorm room.
No,
I would consider that logical. I was just wondering.
true. Any other question?
Right.
No, but I do believe that it would be prudent if. I think I can petition the Council of Sadbarat to investigate more ways to undo the desertification. I think that would help as a secondary solution if there are more resources. There's no need to fight, of course.
I am not at liberty to answer your question, but if you would like to write a petition or something, I can pass that along.
Oh, it is simply an observation. I'll probably discuss it with my grandfather, who was on the council at Sadbarat.
All right then. Any other questions?
We wouldn't want to keep you from your duties.
Then I wish you a safe, pleasant night.
Thank you, sir.
You as
You
well.
too.
Will you all be participating in the dance?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe so.
Are we have we been informed that we are going to dance?
Yes. I believe
Yes, you were. It was in the
Okay.
invitation. It was also like accompanied with the sunset dance.
Okay.
But it does mean dancing in front of the king here in this very big hallway where you just were introduced.
Okay. Ja, yes,
Dat
we
hoeft
will.
misschien wat spanning.
Misschien.
Nee.
Second panic attack of the evening.
Only the second.
All right.
Will you
And-
be participating?
On request of the king, I could. But unless my king needs me, then no. But if my king needs me, then no.
Fair enough.
Affirmative.
And then once again addresses you, have a pleasant evening, ladies, and then wanders back to be with the king in this case. That second servant also has not returned.
Oh, that's not good.
How long has it been?
A few minutes, as long as the conversation with
So it's been a few minutes for the prince and now a couple of
Yeah.
minutes for that thing.
that servant, yeah.
And
Like almost 10
did we
minutes?
have a rough idea of where he was going or where he could be going?
Well, he was going to the room where the eggs remained, but you didn't follow after, so
Mhm.
you would have to find that. You could excuse yourself from the table to
Yeah,
I
ask.
I was
think I
thinking
want to because I saw Sparky in the main hall, and I saw which way the cat folk went. So perhaps I just
I turn to Einar and say, if you'll excuse me, I have to go to the ladies' room.
yeah, I do as well. I'm sorry.
Roll me a deception check, the both of you. I would say with disadvantage, but the DC is just higher.
Oh no!
It's kind of
Deception?
it's kind of pointless, but
Oh, no, yeah. Says.
Zeg maar even
Is
niks.
dat nou gewoon met disadvantage of gewoon...
no, just roll me a flat check, just to see how
Natural
believable.
20.
Okay,
Six.
like
Maar goed
I.
dat jij het woord doet.
While technically speaking, he knows your true intentions, because in this case,
He can read.
he
my
can
mind.
read your mind. There is a sense of concern, of course, like, I want to know. So you say, I need to go to the toilet. And immediately, like, Marco's like, oh, just go ahead. The dance will be later anyways. Well, Einar, of course, knows your intention. And you, like, like, for a moment, Marco wanted to say something. He probably wanted to say something like, oh, women always go together. And just like his attendant,
Nice.
Like die
and
snuit.
they have a playful banter back and forth, even though it's not very visible from the other one.
No,
And
it's
Well, are we staying or just?
well, we
Tolga,
can't go.
Tolga just thinks that you guys need to, actually go to the toilet, so she didn't get like a suggestion.
Again, really?
She's more like, are you two okay? Is the spicy food getting to you?
Yes.
I just whisper as I walk past you, so that and the alcohol, I think.
Do you need attending to?
No,
I
I'm
can
good.
excuse
I'll
myself
help,
as
I'll
well.
help.
No, we're good.
Well, then I'll continue eating.
Okay. As you are making your way back into the hallway,
If you get killed, then that's on you. You could have called in reinforcements.
when you get to here, around here, actually the prince is over here, and even Dimitri is here. There's like a few attendants in this case, and you notice, like, because of course there's like a mood shift right now. Oh.
This Sparky, get out.
What do you mean nobody has left? The eggs are gone, and I want this place searched from top to bottom until those eggs are found. With like a draconic like intonation, like
like a deep growl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you walk into this situation.
Is everything okay?
Sparky is in this case also not there. But apologies, ladies. I did not. And like Dimitri is like, oh, did not want to shout.
Given what we overheard, I think that's more than reasonable.
The eggs for the king are gone from the room.
How?
Care to explain? And Dimitri's like, I don't know. None of the guests have left. So, I'm sorry, I don't know. We already went to look everywhere else.
Did any non-guests leave?
I don't know. And then looks at the attendant who's like at the gas. No, only Sarek left to get other things.
Were there made any deliveries or pickups or anything?
And like the attendant is like, no, there weren't any guests. All the guests are inside. Oh, like I said, only Sarek left to go get other things.
When did he leave?
I saw him walk out a few minutes ago.
Was he carrying anything?
Well, yeah, and like he had a cart with him, and he's going to go to the warehouse.
How big is the cart?
Like Dimitri, like around this, like a little carriage cart.
And I turned to Romeo and said, like, would that be big enough to put all the eggs in?
The eggs are like around this size, and everybody is like. And like everyone's like, Sarek has worked here for years. What reasons would he have to take the eggs? And like Dimitri jumps in. No, Sarek has worked here with me at the bar for years. There is no reason for Sarek to take those eggs.
Perhaps
that's not an answer to the question.
Someone else.
Maybe he is
might
coerced.
Been involved.
Maybe he's being forced to do it.
Are you sure it was Cedric?
Sarek,
sorry.
It's Cedric. Sarek,
sorry.
Like, and this the one at the registry. I saw no one else leave.
What about that? You said about the cat folk.
There was this cat folk that went after Sparky.
Well, Sarek is a cat folk. What is their color of fur?
He was black and white.
Yeah, that is black fur. Yeah, that's Sarek.
Oh, that is Sarek.
Yeah.
But he went to go get some stuff. He'll be back in a few minutes.
Well, he grabbed a hold of Sparky while Sparky was trying to get outside, and I know Sparky was struggling or some kind.
I saw that, and I saw that as well. He didn't want to stay.
Yeah, but so Cedric was the last one seen with Sparky and the eggs. Then I think.
And then, like once again, then I want that man, whatever, found right now.
Perhaps there's a very reasonable explanation.
Where did the eggs get stored? Maybe there's clues there.
There is no map for this on the thing because this is a kitchen. But in this case, you are being guided to another room, another side room. It's not on the map. But there is, in this case, just like a garderobe. Just another room where like things are being stored. This room is even bit more warmer. It's artificially being heated for these eggs. And there was, in this case, an open table where these eggs were being stored behind locked door.
Yeah.
Could I guess from where the eggs were stored that they would able to fit in that cart? Because nobody really answered that question.
Dimitri at some point, probably because Dimitri is now also invested with this. Dimitri at some point, Sarek took another one of the carts where we bring bring liquids, and even Cedric had one of those carts. Cedric, like the wolf folk that was mentioned. Cedric also had one. So, and then, yeah, it's and then Prince Ramil responds, "That would probably be enough to at least fit those 5 eggs, yes. And where is Sparky?" All the servants are like, "We don't know." Like they're like kind of like in slight panic.
Is there a way you can contact Sparky? Perhaps he's Or they are with the.
Sparky is too young. Like I told you, he's only a month old.
Yeah.
You did hear his cries for when you were a mile out.
Yes, and I do not hear it.
So either he is further away, or
He's fine.
he's either unconscious or they muffled his sound. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, I think it might not be that much trouble to send someone after him, after Sarek. I mean,
This is your opportunity to either involve yourself or let other people tend to it.
I mean, I'm not really dressed, but
Neither am I.
well, I think I know might kill us if we do go. But
You could inform Einar. Or
Yeah.
otherwise, the people from this place are going to ask the guards for help. But they have no idea where to start.
Like a warehouse, apparently.
yeah.
I would like to take a look around in the room where the eggs were stored to
Yes.
see if I can find anything of clues of what may have happened. Because you said they were behind lock and key.
Yeah.
Is the lock broken? Is it still locked? Is it?
Give me an investigation check, and one of you has advantage because Prince Akko is, of course, or Prince Ramil is with you.
Do you want advance? Should I?
Sure. Oh. Well, that's a 6.
Investigation 13.
Okay. The both of you also realize,
Yeah, that's 8.
okay, investigations like this, that's probably kind of Tolka's expertise, but you do understand this. A 13, and you had?
Was it 8?
Okay, with a 13. You are looking around the room. You do notice that on the table there is one scratch mark, from claws, on the table,
But
scratched in.
like
In
big
what
claws
direction?
or small claws or
Well, it's a relatively small, smaller claw. It's a
Would it fit the size of a catfolk, or would it more fit the size of Sparky?
In this case, it would fit more the catfolk. It's a little too big for this little Sparky little thing that you've seen walking around.
Mm-hmm.
Would it? Can I determine from which point to which point the scratch mark is being made? So relative to the door.
What you see in this case is like this room. So you have, here is the door, and you have, this is like the room, and there's a big table where those eggs were being placed on with like artificial heating coming from down below, and the claw is like on the side over here. Like it seems almost like as if it's like from off the table.
But is it like sound of struggle, or is it more like he lost his grip and had to?
With how much you rolled, you have no idea. But you could go get help. The servants are kind of like.
Well,
Like maybe one of the servants is already talking to one of the guards outside.
yeah. I think I walk up to them and like, perhaps there should be more guards because these eggs are very important.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps you should go and call for reinforcement.
Yeah. Then like two of the servants head out and they address guards and they're going to check out the warehouse of this thing of the, which is like on the side.
I turn to Ramil and Vita and I'm like, should we inform Einar of this, or should we?
Should we inform the king?
No,
not the king.
I
I don't think that's a good idea.
No, I don't want to make this a scene. We just need to find those eggs. Wherever they were taken, they can't have gotten far.
We could follow.
Yes,
Sarek.
but I think it's best if Einar would know what is going on, and maybe Talga and Rose can either help if they want, or maybe
But
Einar with
don't
his
you think
influence
that
can.
if we all leave, it might cause the scene that we
Yes,
want
but
to
if we
avoid?
go now,
We have 1.5 hours until the dance. And I need to bring them at the moment of the dance. Otherwise, this whole tradition we do is ruined. I need your help.
Yeah, but I also think we don't have any time to lose, because what if he turns a different way? What if he doesn't go to the warehouse? We might lose them in the city.
While this conversation is happening, what's happening at the table? As they notice that those two are slightly too long gone for a toilet break.
Yeah.
Even a second form of toilet break.
Okay.
Einar
Are they
sense it.
stuck in the restrooms?
We flushed
There
ourselves.
would be something that happened.
Wat voor vibe geeft Einar af?
Well,
He's a
Einar,
very,
Einar probably also is like
A cold.
maybe cold indeed. Like
It's always cold. No, it doesn't stay.
I can imagine that the Vilperian has like put like an extra coat here.
There's now one of the servants full time underneath, like heating the floor more.
So,
Einar kind of like, I'm going to see if the ladies are all right. You can just choose on your own to go along.
would you mind if we accompany you?
Indeed.
No problem. And like just he also gets a sense, of course, that you two are also kind of concerned that they're long gone.
Yeah.
While in this case, what happens on this side? Well, they are making their way back.
I understand. Let's just help now.
You wander in, you three and Einar. Immediately, Einar takes one step back, and is like, "Move on ahead." It's like because you see a lot of like concerned servants are like, "I don't know, we don't know," and like Einar can't handle so many thoughts. You do not know this, but
I
you're
think we
being
need to
urged.
walk. I think something happened. So let's go in this direction.
Where when you get
Right.
back into this hallway,
Yeah.
you spot Dimitri again, who's like talking to servants, and like there's now 2 guards as well, and like
Mr. Dimitri, what's going on?
Prince Ramil's eggs. The eggs have disappeared.
What?
Ooh, that's quite unpleasant. That is a serious situation, but have you perchance seen our companions?
And they wander out of the hallway, just there.
There you are. What have you
And then
been
Einar
doing so long?
steps forward when it's like obvious that he has kind of composed himself to deal with so many thoughts.
You two, what have you been doing?
Well, we came here to look for Ramil because we felt he was away for a long time, and we overheard him say that his eggs are gone, and we've been trying to help him figure out what happened and where they are.
I see.
Because if they're for the king, and
Like, Ramil is nervous, and it's, of course you know each other, so he's letting you speak, but he like also would want to say something, but in this case, letting you know each other speak.
Would it be?
What?
I sort of turn like, do we notice this?
Yeah, you notice that he's nervous because this is the tradition, and his attendant isn't here, and like he's just stressed, and like you notice his arm is like twitching, like with frustration, but he wants to compose himself.
Can I place my hand on his arm that's twitching and sort of like make him feel at ease a little bit?
Comforting you.
While I speak, I sort of just do this subconsciously.
Yeah, it's. I just need to find them.
I see.
And
We
Spark.
will. We will.
Hold on. Do you need any help with that?
Einar, of
Yeah.
course, overhears this and notices that, of course, like attendants are like talking to the guards, and like the guards are like walking out, and they're going to do a parameter check. But Einar overhears, and in this case, you hear in your mind. Make sure to summarize what's going on here. Has anybody been seen? Has anybody been heard? Has anybody been noticing something? Tells that to you.
Well,
In
basically,
your mind.
the story is that the eggs are gone and one servant has left. But that's the only person that has left. Everyone else is still here. Servants know nothing. Nothing weird was seen or heard. So we're going off on that the servant Sarek may have taken them, or perhaps may have been under the influence of something or someone to have taken them, but that's the only thing we can go off on.
It seems the more straightforward conclusion, yes.
How open is your mind at that moment?
Was that in
Very
your mind or open?
Then, at some point, you hear, you have seen this Sarek, then. Because you and Rose saw it, right?
Yes, I saw him earlier when he was going after the baby dragon.
Say that. He says to you, say that.
I saw earlier, like I told you, Ramil, I saw Sarah going after Sparky, trying to get him what I thought was helping him from escaping. And I remember him saying, let's put you back with the rest. So I know he's been in contact with Sparky and the eggs.
Rose also overheard this. Would she speak up?
I also saw and heard this.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't seem like a bad guy.
There is a claw mark on the table where the eggs were stored.
Well, it could be that he has been attacked as well and taken with the eggs, knocked
Or
out.
being forced into this by...
But he is.
someone.
He does sound like our primary suspect in this case.
Yeah. And they said he was going to the warehouse, but I think it's best to just follow his path, because if he is under the influence of something or someone, he might not go to the warehouse.
It might not have been him at all. It might just be another cart.
Good, but no one else left.
I know, we're gonna have to follow up on the lead, but he might not be guilty at all.
Well,
Everybody
we don't
hears
know
in their
when.
mind, then from Einar, you recognize the voice, we are losing time. Head to the bar. And it's just you four, and the prince is like,
Yeah, and given that we've, I don't know who of us heard voices, but I heard a voice in my head with a tablet, so I'm pretty nervous about hearing voices at this
but
point.
you recognize it as Einar's.
Okay.
Well, perhaps it's good to discuss this
Not out in the open, yes.
over a drink.
Oh,
Well,
I look at Targa, I'm like, are you sure?
Like,
Like,
Dimitri
we
also
don't
heard the
have-
voice, and he knows about this. So if there's a command from Einar, you follow it.
yeah.
Like
Yeah,
by now.
I know
Yeah.
well enough now that I will also.
You're not going to sit at the bar. You're
No.
just like
No, in this area.
just more secluded area.
the door is being closed by Einar, and Dimitri overhears this, of course, because Dimitri has been instructed. While the other people are still like talking to the guards, and like guards are showing up, and like all the other people are like, no, we can't make this a big deal. Like, no, like Einar closes the door. You saw him.
yes.
Yes.
All right. If you saw him, then we can track him. Then we can follow him. But we
How?
have the dance, says Dimitri. You need to remain here. I can take care of that, says Einar. I entrust you to then go find this individual. Rose or Vita. He kind of addresses you two. Step forward. So either one of you two.
I'm
Yeah.
either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the inclination to step forward.
Okay,
Yeah.
then you step forward. Give me your hand. He kind of grabs it a little bit too aggressively, and he opens up your hand like a finger, and like it is an ice cold hand. And you notice an incantation that is being cast in your hand, and you notice kind of like a 4-pointed kind of like, now think about who you saw. Only have them in your mind.
All right. It's the servant, not Sparky, or both.
I suppose it's also possible to try to find Sparky.
Perhaps we should each focus on a different person.
I can
Like-
cast this spell once for now, and I need to concentrate on
Alright.
it.
The servant.
I suggest the servant.
The servant,
Alright.
as an incantation is being cast, and you kind
So
of like get a compass in your hand,
Oh.
and it kind of like starts to like move a little bit. This spell lasts an hour. I need to keep my concentration on it. I can
Alright.
keep everyone busy here. And he snaps his fingers in this case. And like the four of you, as you're of course standing here, show up as people sitting on the bar.
Oh,
Oh.
Hello. Alright, then we'll be on our way, Professor.
And like Prince Ramil is like going to with you
Yeah.
in this case. He is being included in this conversation. Follow the compass then.
I suppose we shall.
Follows
Alright,
my
well.
hand.
Let's go.
Alright.
There's no time to lose.
Yeah.
At the moment that, wait until the others leave. As in this case, these duplicates of you that appear in front of you, and like, what do? Would you like to inspect them? Because otherwise they're kind of just like smilingly turning around and just walking out.
I
think I take a
don't
take a
feel
look at
like
them.
Yeah.
I don't
just
feel
on
like
my
I
own.
spe-
Does my hair look like that from the back?
Yes. What
No,
you
but
see
we're
is that they're
it's
kind of
fine.
like duplicates of you, and they look like you, but like, of course, some of the details are slightly off. But do you like physically touch them, or do you just like let them walk out?
If I can, I am curious.
I'm in a rush.
It-
I
it-
don't.
Yeah, they feel ice cold,
Ooh.
like very cold. Like there's like some kind of effect is. It is. You don't know what kind of spell. It seems to be something very strong.
Cool.
Hurry up. Concentrating on this with that fox folk next to me is difficult.
I understand.
I
We,
understand.
completely.
Yes.
believe,
Yes.
we believe you can do it.
I entrust you for right now more than the guards. Do not let me down.
Of course.
We'll
not.
do our very
We
best.
will do our.
Let's go.
I'll slip into something more comfortable. That's not armor.
Yeah, you can do that.
Damn it.
the others can't.
I don't even have spell slots left.
The others can't.
I think at this
Oh,
point, I would probably think about how what is the word? Practical my dress is, and I think I'm like sort of like mentally adjusting it. Well, it's a dress of many fashions, so I can just change it.
Yeah, true.
So I'll probably just have it looser and shorter so that I can
Yeah.
be
Or
more free
perhaps
in my.
Turn it into a pantsuit.
Yeah.
It's
an
more
economical-
practical.
An economical bar.
Yeah, it takes
You are like-
I'll
No,
take my pants off to
I'm
then get
feeling
the dagger. which
Not
is
properly
slightly-
dressed.
No.
So I'm casting Armor of Light too,
Oh.
just in case.
Smart.
Ooh, but does that
Yeah.
use a spell slot? Because I do not have any.
It's an
spell slots
ability.
left.
It is. It's her.
Cool.
Yeah. You can say, "I'm out of breath. I'm
Yeah.
exhausted."
It's been such a long day. I don't even know how I'm going to use magic. I mean,
And like Dimitri, who sees this, of course, happening as like a little bit of a confidant, just kind of like looks at Einar, give it, and like in this case, gives you this kind of like bluish liquid in like a little bottle.
okay. What do I do with this?
Well, he gives it to you, like with the like.
Thank you.
To drink it.
Oh, okay, and then I just
Okay.
look in one.
It gives you one level 2 spell slot or 2 level 1s.
two
Arcane
level ones
cultivation.
because I have level 2.
What does the Armor of Light look like again, precisely?
Whatever you want.
Whatever you want.
That's kind of up
Okay.
to you.
All right.
Is it over your dress?
Is it?
Does it make the dress glow?
Yes, it makes me and the dress glow with a
Metallic.
pearly white, blue, silverish. Yeah.
Complementary to the red.
Okay, let's go.
Ooh.
And like in this case, like The prince is immediately like next to you, and like because he is like, so this compass will follow us.
Yep.
Lead the way.
Let's go.
Run.
I'm feeling a bit awkward about having a compass on my hand, but we're doing this.
You can do this. I believe in you.
I believe in you because I'm not alone. I'm very happy with that.
Yeah.
All of me.
Valt inderdaad nog mee.
Okay. At this moment in time, you are here at the Shansha Leonidas. The compass that you have in your hand points in this case towards the southern.
Where is the Assumption?
Here.
Okay.
The compass points south, towards the Ember Promenade, which is a little bit more evening, nightlife, red light.
Okay.
That's where the yeah.
America's launch was.
Yeah, true. But there's of course other places as
Yeah.
well. But not in this high, very fancy place. You are, of course, by foot at this moment in time. So,
Literally.
literally.
Mind your step.
In this case, the prince is a little agitated because he feels a little powerless in this case and is kind of like dependent on someone walking with a compass to find the eggs that he needs to give to the king. What happens in this conversation? What happens?
So, how long have you known that servant?
It's not. It's
Not at all.
Ah,
he
Why
works. He
didn't
works
you-
at the establishment we were at.
Why didn't you bring any guards to protect the eggs while you were at the dinner?
I told you my attendant was supposed to be with me, but he was sick, and I believed I could trust the people here. They always speak about being so trustworthy, and that for years it has never gone wrong.
What happened to your attendant?
Well, he was sick. He called in. He came in. He was sick. He was a little unwell.
what does your attendant look like?
My attendant looked like a bald man. Like it's just like large physique. Well, why is he involved? He's not even here.
No, just to keep it in mind.
So, I'm in a brisk walk.
Should pay more attention.
It's not your
Yeah.
fault.
No.
And maybe don't like immediately think that everyone is not to be trusted.
No, I've been here for
This could be just the one person.
Or perhaps it's all a misunderstanding.
So,
Big misunderstanding.
it could be,
That's
but it's
weird.
important to figure out, because the only one that was involved with the eggs and who's are now also gone is the one that we're looking for. I have a question though. You talked a little bit about dat had hij eigenlijk niet tegen mij gedaan, hè? Maar are these eggs would somebody else be able to do with it? I figure out they need a certain amount of care that not everyone can provide. Or is there it sounds terrible to even suggest such a thing, but is there like a black market for such things?
There's a black market for everything, I suppose.
Doesn't really answer my question. Would anyone want to steal them for some reason?
They can't. They are guard drake eggs, as in the mounds that are used in the city. They can be used for that. They can be taken to the desert. They can even be grown wings and such. They can turn into a full dragon, given the right care.
Is there anyone in your circle that knows all about the dragon and dragon eggs?
Oh, me, the people at the guard drake, the some of the guards over there, my attendant. Yes, there's lots of people that know about it.
Huh. And the lock too? Like how they were locked away?
With the staff knew that. But that's always we've done this for years like that.
True.
Next time I'm keeping them with me.
Well, so the compass is still pointing us in a direction.
Yeah.
It's easy.
Where are we walking currently?
It's easy to notice that the refined form of the prince is a little bit lost in his anger, frustration of what's happening here. The compass is in this case leading you further down south, and at some point, like leading you towards here. You've been walking for around 20-30 minutes right now, so there is also a sense of hurrying up. And to you, because you have some kind of sense towards this compass, there's still like some distance away. Like you're kind of concerned if you're not gonna run out.
Perhaps we should run.
Yeah,
In full dress?
in full dress, I can't
I'll
run.
just pick it up.
It's a
Run.
poofy dress. I can't
And
pick
that's
it
your
up.
fault.
I can hoist you over my shoulder.
Okay, let's do con checks. Just everybody roll me a constitution. Constitution.
The Constitution or Constitution save?
Constitution. Just a constitution check.
18.
7.
14.
Natural 20.
She's struggling to keep up because of her poofy giant dress. And of course, she kind of needs to be in front, and she's getting exhausted because she kind of like everybody wants to walk ahead, but she is the one with the compass.
Can we lift her?
Hold on, I
Yeah.
have an idea. And I go over and I pick up the poofy skirts and I just kind of like fold them and mold them into some kind of like, I don't have a good name for it. It's like a sort of pants-like thing, but it looks a bit ridiculous, but it helps because it
Give me a
makes-
sleight of hand check.
I see what you mean. Like
Yeah.
folding it in and then...
and then
Oh,
around the
yeah.
and then and also that it
Ja,
turns into
dan zijn we
pants.
benen vrij.
What
Give me
did
a
I have to
sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand. Okay.
I can imagine that Talga helps, so let's roll with advantage.
15 plus 15.
Okay, you take off one of the ribbons from your own dress, and you just... And now her legs are free, so
Yeah.
like it's still like a little heavy, but it's like she can walk more freely.
I
And
raise an eyebrow, but I'm also relieved.
Please.
We
watch
can go
out.
to Ikea tomorrow if we want to. Let's get this solved.
Yes. All right, let's run then.
Another 20 minutes pass, and to you feel like, okay, you feel closer, but you're like running out within 10 minutes of this
Yeah,
spell.
guys, we only have 10 minutes for this thing left.
You are now around...
Girls.
Are we anywhere
There.
near the warehouse?
How far close does it feel?
Closer, but like now the problem is the compass is shifting throughout all the little streets, and you at some point, of course, come like across many different kind of like warehouses, big buildings towards here, there, down south here in this area. And the compass is kind of like, okay, going this way, going that way. It's almost as if it's going sometimes a little back and forth.
Can I... Well, I have this because it's not my spell to concentrate on.
Mhm.
Can I use Divine Sight to amplify this?
What does Divine Sight do exactly?
Well, I sense and see magic stuff around 30 feet.
Ah, I
Around
see.
me.
Yeah, you want to. Okay. Roll me an Arcana check, just for fun, please.
Okay. Arcana was here, right? No, it's... That would be 13.
With a 13, you kind of like once again close your eyes for a second, and then you open them up to see the auras. And you see the aura on this little compass as well. And you're kind of like just trying to focus. Can't I make this a little bit stronger? And just once again, your little holy symbol just kind of like sparks up. And this compass becomes a little bit more like it turns a little smaller, as if it kind of like is a little bit more accurate. And the going back and forth kind of like points a little bit more into one specific direction.
Alright, yes, guys, that way.
And in some situation, at some point, you while wandering through the streets, and like the prince is like, "Are we almost there yet?"
I don't know, but it feels close, and the compass is more direct with Divine Sight on it.
His voice is getting a little bit more draconic again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's of course a little bit difficult because what are we looking for? I can imagine like tracks of a cart, maybe black
Paw prints.
cat fur, paw prints.
Well, it's a city
What?
filled with lion and cat folk.
Do I find any tracks or any other thing that could be an inclination where this person would have went?
We would look for black fur.
You know
Like,
what?
there are a few things that could.
Give me, yeah, because the compass is getting a little bit less accurate right now because the spell is almost running out. But give me, is that perception or investigation or survival? Pick one of those three that you're better at.
Survival, 13 plus 3 is 17.
With a 17. You're trying looking for tracks, something. You see two wheel sporen.
Let's go in that direction.
And it's the point where the compass is kind of pointing to.
Yep. Point. The compass agrees.
Yeah. So Telga moves up, perhaps, in front of the group.
And you see that Ramil's okay, these match the cart, right?
Seems to be like it.
Immediately starts running a little bit ahead. Come on!
Follow him. Try to
Yeah.
keep my eyes and ears open if I hear anything. Maybe a small screeching dragon or something.
Yeah. Is there a way you can perhaps call Sparky or?
I'm trying because he at the claw that he has, there's some kind of symbol glowing up.
Okay.
Just like someone else. It's not responding.
We have to be
Do you
close.
sense him at all?
No. But I do need to keep my nerves down, otherwise Sieglind is going to get... Because he also has one on the human hand. Otherwise Sieglind is going to get upset.
Well,
And I do not want the big dragon to come flying over here.
we're getting closer, so let's keep our eyes open.
Well, we might
Yes.
meet the big dragon in the end.
To burn down the district? No.
That's
No.
like bringing a giant hammer to a
Is there any way I
cockroach.
can help to calm you down?
Well, you need to think of something.
Just give him a big hug
Yeah.
and a kiss.
I guess I'll just play as I ask this. I place my hand on his arm again, on the human arm this time. So we'll find him. We'll.
How does that make me feel?
Competition.
Good question.
Oh, I'm
Zij
sorry.
springt aan die andere kant. Oh yes, we'll be fine.
Ja, dat zie ik wel gebeuren. Ja.
Well, no.
Sorry.
She controls herself. She glances at Naomi like, what the fuck?
Sort of in the middle.
Why?
Stay away from my man.
And
I saw him first.
at some
I
point,
claimed it. I had dips.
at some point, the compass kind of just fades
Yes.
out,
Okay.
Compass is fading.
and it fades
To
out.
black.
Right.
You're over there.
Oh.
So,
Up to 10 minutes. Are my minutes for divine sight up or?
Well, your divine sense is permanent, so you can just keep redoing
yeah.
it. But the spell is ending.
that's
the
fine.
spell is ending. I'm casting it just to
Yeah.
be aware of the surroundings.
Tracks.
You
That
do
is
notice
important.
that the cart that you saw, at some point it disappeared again, but then you were following the compass, and you now kind of lose sight of the compass as well. The compass fades out, but there do seem to be tracks towards this very big building here in the side streets.
All right, Your Highness, how shall we approach this? Do we just barge in, or do we want to check out the perimeter? Or
His clothes are, of course, he's more fancily clothed, so his outfit is also a little jingly.
Oh.
So I am not dressed for stealth.
Can you take
I
off
am
some
full
of the jingly stuff?
Well, no.
Now, the things that are loose, can he take them off?
Dan zijn we er nu bezig.
It's gonna take some time.
That
No.
probably also jingles.
Well, I could take
do I
off my
see-
heels and knock on the door.
And do I see any windows that we can peek through?
What you see
Is there
right
any-
now is that there is light coming from some of the windows in this case, but some of you need to move to where you want to see.
Which windows are all windows given off light?
Yeah, they
Are
would.
they all windows?
Yes. Well,
I
not all
stand
windows.
on one
There's
of
like
the.
there's a door here, but there's like
Can you
windows in
move
several
me,
spots.
Jess?
I think
Well,
I'll go to.
I could stay behind. And just
Well-
keep an eye on.
We go to the nearest window and we try to stealthily take a peek inside.
Yes.
What do
Okay.
we see? Do
First,
we see?
everybody rolls me a stealth check. The prince will for a second remain behind because he just admitted to you.
It's
11 plus
16.
2 is 13.
16.
13.
14.
You were walking over with a 1, and
2
like
minus 1,
Yeah. It's,
like you there are of course like lots of boxes here, like everybody is like trying to peek in, and like what did you have?
16.
16.
And can you move me forward a bit?
You look at one of the windows and you just kind of like peek in. What did you have?
14.
13.
Okay. You unfortunately get across to a window where there's like lots of boxes in front of it, not seeing anything. 14, you are slightly taller than Tall. You are taller than Tall Guy. You're kind of like peeking in, and you kind of like look in. And I'm just going to open up the map. Let me see.
You just fall over a bunch of boxes.
Yep.
Yeah. So you literally just couldn't see because that box is in the way. It seems to be some kind of like very like full warehouse with all kinds of like stuff. Right now, you do not see anyone from your current angle. Then, Tonga of Vita just like tries to like climb up one of the boxes. Like the box falls over, making lots of noise, and all these three are like, well, Vita is like,
Oh, sorry.
what happens with these? Like, and like the Prince reveals like,
There goes my chance.
well, what happens
Yeah,
now?
well, what happens now?
Sorry.
Do you hide?
Yes, yeah.
Yes,
Where?
behind the boxes.
Are there any good hiding boxes?
Well, this is going to happen simultaneously. At some point, you overhear that door just being opened up. Meaning that if you do not hide somewhere out of line of sight, they're going to see
Around the
you.
corner.
Okay. People are running behind the corner.
I mean,
I guess the prince is.
The prince would go with you in this case.
Jingle, jingle, jingle.
Yeah.
hold on. Question:
Yes.
can I cast prestidigitation on myself
And then what to do?
just to hide myself, or
No, that's not what prestidigitation can do.
It's not invisibility.
It's not
Yeah, well, I don't know. Perhaps
It
I
is a
thought
minor
I thought
magic
I
trick,
could
it could have
use
been.
it creatively, but
No. No,
Sad.
that's not strong enough for that. Rose, blijf jij daar? You're going to try to blend in with the boxes or something?
No,
No, that's
me.
not. No,
That's
Yeah,
me.
that's me.
I am
I'm
hidden.
trying to hide behind books. I am not fast enough to run away behind the.
So she just tries to hide behind the boxes, whilst we barely make it around the corner.
Okay, you barely make it around the corner, but she doesn't. And at some point, some guy, what was that? And like is going to just like look. Roll me another stealth check.
That's better.
18.
Okay. Natural 20.
No. Uh-oh.
Who's that over there?
And like this guy walks up and like goes to the box. Must have fallen over. Makes one step. Hello. Like what you see is in this case a catfolk tabaxi with like more lighter fur, with like in this case like some kind of worker, something. It's not a little. It doesn't match the meaning in this case. And like, hello. And so I kind of like looking you up and down because you are still wearing your fancy dress. Are you lost?
Yes. And I stand up but clumsily, and I am trying to clearly act drunk. Oh, hi, yes, hi. And then I just walk over and I lead on him, and I'm sorry, I was
Keep
on
your
my
hands to
way.
yourself.
I was on my way home, and I don't know where I am, and I'm not feeling that well.
Deception.
Do we hear this?
Of course you hear.
Okay.
And I'm like Prince Ramil's
Can
like, what the hell is she doing? Acting!
9.
Oh god. Yeah.
Can I sort of
Do
like?
you not have guidance?
We're not. Oh yeah, we're
Since
not
I
fighting.
I clearly have had more to drink than the
Yeah,
rest.
can I still cast it?
Can I?
Or
Can
is
I?
it-
I don't know.
Extra heel was in it.
Guidance is of melee. This is which I looked at.
Yeah, guidance is melee.
I would like to. I would like to. Like, since I hear this and I'm like, oh gosh, she's being. That's not gonna work. I stumble. I like also sort of pretend to be drunk and sort of like, oh, there you are. Come here. Come here.
Hey, how are you?
Told you not to go into this alley.
See you.
This guy is like,
What the fuck? And I sort of approach and just sort of start pulling on her like, it was this way. Come.
I
Oh,
like
and
you.
I-
Let's go have a drink.
Sure. Why not?
More alcohol will solve everything.
like for a moment there was like something being grabbed, but then a drunken bachelorette party or something, and then just turns around and walks back in.
Nicely handled.
And as soon as we round the corner, I'm like,
The fact that they believe.
Run with us.
We've lost the element of surprise, though.
Yes.
Did we?
Well, they don't know where we're flying.
True. And he's
Can
gonna,
we find another way in, perhaps?
There's
There's doors
a door
over
there.
there.
There's a door there.
I suppose we could just barge in.
Can we see the
We
lights
could-
through the
since
windows?
we already established that we're two drunk bachelorette girls or whatever that he said, we could just barge in and ask if they have a toilet.
Yeah.
You can try that.
It's glowing up.
Oh.
Either
So-
Sparky is awake. Ugh. Oh.
What is it?
Are you okay?
I think he's in a bag or something. He's murmuring. He's just a little bit in pain.
Oh no! Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, yeah, he must be within 30 feet.
Oh, so we're at good.
Okay, then.
Done.
Let's go with our plan.
30, 60 feet. Like something.
Go back or that way.
I think that is safer.
And then we come in around the other way.
Is that your plan?
That might be
Sure.
a plan.
That might be a good plan.
Yeah, because that means that if you're going to barge in, you don't know if the door. You need to check if the door is reinforced or if it's open or if it's locked.
The
We're
detect
just
magic
going to
is
find
still
the
on
door,
for the
I think.
moment.
Are you?
I think we could just sort of open it and. I
No,
don't know.
the door isn't. The door is locked now.
It is
Don't
locked.
Pound
now.
on it. Just help!
Okay, the same
Sure.
guy, the same catfolk in this case, just like go away.
But
Can I please use your restroom? I need to barf. Help!
Barf outside.
No, please.
Roll a deception check.
Okay, here we go. 14.
Inside. Do you want to add something to this?
Like, are you gonna let two ladies barf outside? What are you, an animal?
Okay,
Ooh.
nice. I like it. Roll persuasion or intimidation. Are you an animal to a catfolk?
Never mind. I rolled a nat 1.
Okay. Then I
Plus 0 is a nat 1.
against 14 in this case. That is not my problems, ladies. Go away.
Please, this dress cost me my entire month's salary. I just need to use the restroom.
While this is happening, can I check the door real quick if it's reinforced or not? If it's
Okay, give me a quick perception or investigation.
Not on that one.
Sorry.
What?
Okay, it seems to be a very sturdy door, but looking from it, it doesn't seem that you can just like break it or find a weakness.
Mhm.
What happens on the other side?
So whilst those two are failing,
You hear
convincing them, Talga wants to do basically the same thing. The doors that we're in front of, would I be able to, knock them down or break open the lock or something like
Give
that?
me an investigation or perception.
Investigation or perception.
I still have detect magic on. Can I check if there's a spell on it?
Yes, but there is no spell on the door.
Oh, okay.
There is no spell.
11 plus 2 is 13.
Yeah, with a 13. With a 13, the door seems to be like reinforced, but of course your thunderous fist is quite powerful. What does it do again for kind of damage?
Thunder. No, hold on. Yeah, thunder damage on a hit.
You could break it open, but then of course you realize that you either are going to do an ambush or you need to explain yourself.
Your Highness, do you think we should, as the sparks come up, knock the door down?
Being our own judge is not right in a city where you are not, of course, royal, but if they hurt those eggs or Sparky, I am not going to say what I'm going to do to them.
Well,
you don't need to ask my permission.
We can balance it out. It's either us getting into trouble for finding your eggs, or them being in trouble because there's your dragon friend burning down this part of the city.
Good point. Break it open.
Talga just adds the lock.
Okay. Make an attack roll for me. I'll give you advantage because you're literally in front of it and it can't go away.
Wait alleen even niet.
Did you still want to do something? Because this is going to be over.
Well,
Yeah,
I-
I was trying to if I can grab a smaller pin from my hair and just trying to lockpick.
True, but the thing is that that's going to be difficult because it's not a tool that's used for that. And if the door on the other side is being broken open, then your efforts are going to be useless because trying to open it is going to take you some time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you could do that.
I've been thinking about that too.
In de tussentijd,
If you say
terwijl
that,
ze even beslissen. It's a simple melee, it's a simple weapon attack.
Ja.
Wat komt daarbij? Met strength, met dex, met proficiency?
What does your ability say? Does it say that you...
It doesn't explicitly say that.
Then
Je bent proficient met je Thunderfist.
Then it's strength or dex.
Het is gewoon een...
Oké. Even zien, dat is 13 was dat. Plus 2, 13 plus 4 is 17.
Okay. Describe to me how you blast open this door.
Okay, so Talga powers up her fists, aims at the
lock.
door handle in the lock, and hits it straight where the keyhole would be to break open the door.
Okay.
Oh, and I mumble, "Here we go."
At the moment, probably also roll me for damage, just for funsies. But at the moment that the claw, your fist kind of like does thunder damage, I can imagine that Prince Ramil kind of just like holds on to you and just holds the hilt of his cane, and it does 1d6 extra thunder damage.
Dan zitten wij op 6 thunder damage.
Okay. You...
Can I... Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Quickly?
Quickly, with the thunder wave thought that I had too, is it wise to just do it after them, after we open it, or...
The door is going to be blasted open regardless.
Yeah, but whatever we meet inside, or maybe just be more
Ik
careful.
zou dat even afwachten.
Ja, precies.
Because of course something is going to happen.
Wie weet is dit de enige pipo die er is, zeg maar.
Ja,
Hè?
oké.
Denk het niet, maar...
Okay. But the door is being blasted open. You hear on the other side... What do?
I immediately go... I have a feeling who that might be. So I'm just gonna reach underneath my dress and grab the dagger that I have, because I have no other weapons.
Yeah.
And I just sort of like, I think we need to get in this door. Do you have a way?
I cast Thunderwave on the door.
While the guy's behind it.
Yes!
Okay. The door will automatically fail the save, and what does he need to do? A con save, right?
No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, con save.
Yes.
Con save. What is your spell DC?
13.
Ooh, that's a 2. Roll the damage. That's 3d6.
10 feet naar achteren, toch?
2d8 toch?
Ja.
Ik staat hierbij, 2d8.
Ja, 2d8.
Waar zijn mijn d8? That's a 3 and that's a 2, so 5.
Okay. So, from two sides, the doors are being blasted open. Let's see. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
This guy is.
It's a level 1 spell.
Okay.
Wild magic.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Roll your wild. Roll. No. Roll a d20 for me.
Ja, maar ik moet deze altijd even aan de kant.
Ja.
That's a 6.
Okay, so nothing happens.
But it came close.
You came close, and of course you still have. Oh, then do you get it back on a long rest or a short rest? Your luck, change of luck of
Tides of Chaos.
Yeah.
Is that long rest?
Okay, then you don't have it.
And I don't have it.
Okay, as the doors are being blasted open, you knock back that guy at the second that you, of course, like one barge in. You do notice that, like, from another door, there are people, like, immediately, like, rushing in. Not that one. This one.
I know what you mean.
What? Yeah, I know, because you're not in the room. And that kind of also means, unless you want to talk with them, and want to do something else, we're gonna roll for combat.
Give us the eggs!
Ramil should be have a chance to claim to. Yeah.
I would
Right?
imagine.
Give back the. I think Naomi would definitely shout something like, "Give back the axe
Yeah.
to
Thought that
Prince
would
Ramil."
probably be something along the lines of drop whatever you're doing, citizen arrest.
Okay, of course, that one guy has like a citizen arrest. Okay, what do you think you're doing here? And like immediately, like 2 weapons are out.
We have reason to believe that stolen items have been placed in this warehouse.
You will immediately return back Sparky and the X now, like with like a draconic now.
Your Highness, I was handling it, but fine.
Yeah, that's fine. That is. You already have a card, right?
Yeah,
you want to change?
I don't need a better one.
Okay. Like it. Do you add anything to this?
No. Because we can all scream, but they won't.
You can all
Heroes.
scream for ice
Okay.
cream.
Roll me an intimidation.
Intimidation.
And Talca gets
All of
advantage.
us?
Yes. Like even Rose, who's like kind of like standing ready with her dress. And Talca gets advantage because Ramil is with you.
Intimidation.
Intimidation. Well,
15.
12.
Nice.
25.
15 plus 10.
Ooh.
12.
11.
You're not overly intimidating people.
No, Talca has 25, and like the prince is standing next to her. Like you notice, like Talca has like the fist ready, like
Plate armor,
full
like.
plate up, zzz, and the prince, of course, has like the dragon claw that's also like. Zzz. Boss! And at some point, some kind of other guy just comes out. What is going on here? And what do you say now? Because of course that guy's still on the ground, probably trying to squirm away.
Yeah.
Why are you here
It's
bothering
dangerous.
us?
You have stolen something that belongs to the king.
So,
Give it back.
Yes. You are not supposed to get away with stolen goods, especially these.
then you'll have to take it from us. Will you do that?
What makes you think you can take us?
Besides, if this escalates too quickly, I don't want the half the district burned down.
We will have a dragon on you if you don't listen to us.
Happens to be the truth.
Roll me in intimidation then.
14. Oh ja. Oh wacht. Oh shit.
Ik weet niet of het moeite waard is.
No.
Oh! 14 plus 10 is 24.
Oh.
Nice!
Okay. And she immediately, and like the prince, you'd better listen to them, otherwise Sieglinde will burn your little warehouse to the ground. Alright, fine. As you wish, if you want the eggs returned. But then we're going to kill Sarek.
Oh.
I
He's
don't care about Sarah.
Let's not.
Waar is hij dan?
Why?
right. Where is he?
He had a task to deliver us something. He has a debt. It's unfortunate for him. But, well, if he doesn't pay off his debt, that's not our problem. And he brought us the eggs and he, well,
So
sold them.
So by your own logic,
Wait.
he completed his task, sold out his debt, is free, and he is not responsible for the fact that we're here to take the eggs back.
Hilarious. It's not how
You
it
sold
works.
the eggs?
No, he sold them to us. So they're ours.
Yeah, but it's an
It
illegal
weren't
trade,
his
so
to
either
sell.
way, they're not yours.
Like I said, we can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Let's just get them.
Think of it this
Yeah.
way. What do you gain by getting either knocked out or burnt to a crisp? And out of spite then kill some random other guy if you even survive this?
You think you have the advantage here. You don't. As in this
Nice.
case, also from like behind you, 2 extra show up.
Song it.
The hard way
I
is.
thought we could handle them, and now I'm not so sure.
We can.
If you think
Yeah.
that... nee, wacht.
Do I notice anything recognizable of them? Who they are? What gang they belong to?
Yeah.
Is there
It's a
anything,
good one.
any symbols, any markings?
They do not have similar markings to the ones of that other faction that you were with. They seem to be like thugs. But the guy that is addressing you seems to be like very unsettling, glowing purple eye.
Oh,
Yeah, I noticed that too.
that is
Yeah.
not good.
Thalga would be going to say something along the lines of, if you think that, no, hoe zeg je dat nou?
Wat dan?
Laat me heel even nadenken. Jullie doen er veel druk op mij zetten.
You're the strong hero in this situation.
I'm not. Just bluffing my way out. It's lucky I'm inside of armor. You 3 are probably fucked. I'll just survive.
It's true.
Yeah.
I mean, I just activate my secret
Yeah.
jetpack and well, your whole little operation was found out by a few fancy ladies and a prince. So what would you do? Do you really think the guards aren't on their way already here?
Have you spotted any guards on your way here?
Wie zegt dat?
The
Zeg
guy.
hij dat?
Have you spotted any? Hold on. Have any of you spotted guards on your way here? The answer is no.
No.
No, but do they know that?
No. And then that guy. Have you seen any guards on your way here? Do you honestly think that we do not pay them off to not look the other way?
Well, I would assume that having an entire section of the city burned down by a loser dragon who's upset because their eggs were stolen kind of outweighed, like, what is it, 5 gold you throw them?
You forget something. if you call some dragon to come burn us down, you're here too.
Look at it.
Well, this armor has a few tricks up its sleeves that you, as a simpleton, wouldn't
Among-
know about.
Among
You
other
mean from
things.
Saradbot? The technology also is available to us. And now this
Cool
guy, I
stuff.
do not have a model, but that is now something that is like,
Holy fuck.
we have stuff from everywhere.
Thalga is now intently interested in beating the pulp out of him.
In the meantime,
So-
okay. In the meantime, there was something as well. There was I rolled a natural 1 on something, so that means that some little like something is cramming behind the door, and like Prince Ramil is like, and like he's losing his nerves. What do you do?
Attack, I would say.
Yeah, but I don't think we can take them.
Stop. Above game. Why do we care about this random dude that gets killed?
The
that
eggs
got
are
himself
more
in.
important.
The eggs are very important.
Yeah.
If that dragon gets upset and burns down half the city, they're going to look after us if there's even anything
Yeah.
left.
And also, that guy got himself into trouble by being in debt to them. So
But then again, depends on our moral code. Technically, Talga would not really be inclined to say this, but I don't think how the others think about
There
it.
is another solution to this.
What's your
Which
proposal?
5 eggs were given us for each 100 gold. You can also give us 500 gold and take the eggs.
but we also want Sparky.
If you want the cat, if you want the dog, sure. Otherwise, we would have probably cooked him up for dinner.
Calm down, Your Highness. You'll get your chance at filleting him later.
I don't have 500 gold.
I have 365 gold at least.
351.
So we have enough
can
gold to pay
buy
them
it,
off.
Yes.
But do we want to?
Does that mean
Okay.
Sarikis
I think
will live if we buy them off you?
Put an extra 100 gold with it, and sure.
guess that's totally honest trading.
But we can't
Hey,
check.
he's a prince, doesn't he have a lot of money? Shouldn't money
He,
not be
he
an
lost
issue
his
for
coin
him?
purse at. Oh, yes.
I forgot my wallet at home.
Yeah, I don't have any money on me.
He could, of course, pay this. But there is a situation of, do we deal with terrorists?
If it
And
means.
of course, like, you also need to convince him to do this.
Okay,
This is very simple. You are the main characters, that's an NPC. You decide for him.
sure.
Is-
I want to. Is he something honor among thieves? Can we trust him? Like, do I get the feeling that if he would actually pay off the amount of money, that he wouldn't just go behind the deal and just kill whatever his name is?
Insight.
Anyway, I'm not good at insight, people.
Can I determine that one
Sure.
first?
Yes.
Sure. Rose, you actually get
Natural
advantage
20.
on this. Because at the moment that you look at him, there's something strange. Because you sense
Might as well roll.
not one of the types of magic, but a ninth thing.
Wacht, welke moest ik ook weer bij optellen?
3. Ik zie niks.
Welke moest ik weer bij optellen?
Insight.
Insight.
Not 20.
Yes,
9.
indeed. Net 20.
Okay.
Well, 23. And if actually.
Oh, 24.
There is certainly a thing as honor among thieves. And you sense, of course, something not right with this individual, especially some type of magic that you do not immediately recognize. But there is a form of honor among thieves. They do seem genuine, because, of course, you perhaps see a little drop of sweat here, but they don't seem to be inclined to give up.
Daar gaan we even naar boven game, want we moeten natuurlijk wel even de
Ja.
beslissing
Ja.
netjes kunnen maken voordat er iets gebeurt wat we
Like-
niet willen.
The king can, the prince can pay this, but there's just a moral question here. Do you
Ja.
deal with terrorists?
Kijk,
Eigenlijk wel, hè.
in dit geval betekent het dat we en de eieren terug hebben, en die dude is veilig, and we don't have a loose dragon in the city. So,
And you get Sparky back.
and we get Sparky back. So, overall, kijk, als je heel strikt de morele code doet, you're just giving them money to do something horrible down the line. So why would we do that when we can knock them out and solve the problem anyway?
But
I said we
you
gotta
are
know.
wrong. If you do.
If we
Can
succeed.
we take them?
Hij heeft mijn armor gejat, dus hij moet sowieso een keertje dood. Maar, so morally speaking, I think Thalga would be inclined to say, let's just pay them off, get the situation solved, and get out and fight another day. Maar dat is Thalga's idee. What are your people's idea? Kijk, Thalga is meer op het spectrum lawful good-ish. Niet dat dat heel veel te zeggen heeft, maar she wouldn't necessarily... She would balance it in a more meritocratic way, like the risks of failing here are bigger than the risks of succeeding. And if we fail, the situation just goes all the way out of hand.
Yeah. I think Vita would be full on board if we decide to attack, but I think she also sees that there's a lot of people and that they might not be able to take them on.
This guy probably got up in the meantime, but is still like a little bit in the corner.
I think Naomi definitely, if this was she wasn't in a dress with only a dagger instead of her usual gear, she would have been more confident in taking them on. So she's indeed a little bit on the same lines as Talga. Like let's just deal with it now in a safe way, and then get them back later.
Rose would be inclined to have the better solution, so she'd go along
Because she,
for now.
yeah, because Naomi does not want Sarek to be killed for being sort of forced to do something.
Just a guy down on his luck.
Yeah, but she also sees that, well, we are outnumbered and we are not all at full fighting strength, so there's no way.
I don't
Probably tactical-wise, this is not a good situation.
No.
Yeah, but Rose is not necessarily concerned about Sarek because in her situation for a while now, she has found that sometimes the means are just really worthy of the goal. So, but...
Reasonable.
Yeah.
The interesting thing is, though, Rose, you think this, but your patron does not agree. You notice that your symbol kind of like, for a moment, just is like darkened. That's okay. You are allowed to have a difference.
Okay.
So we pay them off?
We pay them off. Okay, how do we split it?
In this case, the prince steps forward. Fine. Does any of you ladies have 200 gold pieces to make up the difference?
Oh, sure.
I do too.
Hoeveel heb jij?
Iets van 100 nog wel.
Hoeveel heb jij?
2,21.
3,51.
Kunnen we alle 4 50 inleggen. Dat is 200.
Ja.
Dat is fair.
Sure.
You two ladies. In this case, the main guy kind of like moves a little forward. So invites all of you to come drop it off.
All right.
Pleasure
Yeah.
doing business.
As I do this, I try to take him in as good as I can, just to make sure that I recognize him when I see him again.
Okay.
Yes, because, focus smells op hem.
No, you don't need to roll for this. They have a very obvious appearance, and the glowing purplish eye, and to you, the entire aura is just so overwhelming. And it's at the moment that you would approach, it feels almost like dead, but not like necromancy, something else, like as if you lose something from yourself. It's very unsettling.
Does it remind me of a tablet?
It reminds you of the attack all those years ago on your city.
Okay. Yeah. There you go.
Thank you.
So he was very witty and tried to copy my style, which is Not even close. But does Tolga recognize the type of armor? Is this something someone else at Zaparat made, or is there any
Investigation.
Because I'm just standing close, maybe she just grabs his hand. Nee. Oh, dat is een net 20. Plus 2 is 22.
Is there some kind of sparkly effect around them? Is that even real? Pops into your mind the moment that you put the bag in his hand?
So they're just a fraud. A fake. A cheap imitation. Clear.
It's even so high that you would perhaps even see past it.
Tolga would keep her mouth shut for now.
Peter would just, with a disgusted face, drop it into his hand.
Thank you so much. I do love that sea foam on you.
I already put it.
Oh, yeah,
when I checked it.
And then the prince approaches. Can we now have Sparky and the X? Of course, of course.
And don't forget, sir.
Well, Sarek isn't here. Sarek went home.
All amongst thieves, huh?
So, Mister.
In this case, hold on. This case, what happens is that another guy just like comes in, like has the little dragon, like at one of the wings, like and just like almost like tosses it.
Can I try to catch it?
Yeah.
If he,
Yeah, you would have probably walked up to the center
Yeah, we
anyways.
would've
This
been
is
there.
fine. It's fine. You just at some point just catch it. And like immediately, like Ramil like rushes up and like tries to like comfort it.
yeah, I'll
You are now in a
hold it and
You are now in a situation that you're surrounded.
Mhm.
Just be careful.
So,
So,
Mister, I presume.
From the other office, in this case, that little strange cart is being rolled out back, and there are your eggs. It was
Are they
very pleasant
real?
doing business.
Can I see if they're the actual eggs?
Ramil immediately like comes up. Okay. Yes, they are the real
Yes.
eggs.
So, as we've concluded business, you can at least share your name with us.
No, this is not the conversation we're going to have. There's the door.
no, there's the door.
There's the door.
all right.
Mm-hmm.
Do we
Just-
want to push him a little?
Not right now.
So.
I think Naomi would just sort of like put my hand on your shoulder, like, go.
You can do so much with a dagger. You take 5, I take the other 5, you scream, you run away, and the
didn't-
prince gets the rest. So, fine,
No.
Tolga calms down, walks out.
We all walk.
I don't have my armor with me, okay?
Okay, but we should be careful because they might jump us on the way back. I have a feeling that they might trail us or jump us or.
Well, we're certainly going to see them
I'm
again.
very suspicious.
We'll have to deal with them later. We definitely have to inform Einar.
Oh yes, he's
Especially
going to want to know
about
this.
especially about them bribing guards.
And did you look
Yes.
there? Did you see their eyes?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
yes.
Weird.
That magic felt unnatural.
It was creepy.
Like in this case, the cart is being pulled by Rubio, and it's just like
I'll help
Are
him.
you
with
all
the
right?
no. You're still carrying little Sparky.
Oh, okay.
Because they're a little injured actually. Like they're not beat up, but they've been stuck in this bag trying to get out. They just injured
Okay,
themselves.
then I'll keep all his part.
Then I'll help with the cart.
I am fine. I'm just happy that Sieglind has calmed down and that Sparky is fine and that the eggs can be delivered and that we did not need to fight. But I so wanted it. But
That would have been a very unpleasant situation.
That would have been a very
You've got a fiery
Disadvantageous,
spirit for a
yeah.
prince, I must say.
I think he would like the compliment, but he's in his mind too busy with the situation.
Can I see? Can I while we're walking and I have Sparky with me? Can I check where he's injured?
It seems to be that he has accidentally scratched his own wing, perhaps at some point.
Okay.
And what you do notice is that there is indeed like another claw mark on his the side of his leg. Like there seems to be some kind of like cat claw mark. Putting one on one together, you found a similar claw mark in that little office. So, perhaps it was either accidentally or by force inflicted by Sarek.
I'll try to.
Or this guy, of course.
Care for Sparky a bit.
And like at some point kind of like starts licking it, which is only like probably making it slightly worse, but...
Can I try help to heal?
What kind of healing spell would you like to use?
Healing light?
That you can. And then you kind of like quickly like touch it and like you cover up, in this case, the open wound.
Okay.
It doesn't entirely heal it, but...
From a distance, a radiant light celebrates. Closes up the wound.
What happens now?
The
What do the ladies do
radius.
now?
Head back, I guess.
Head back to the restaurant, of course.
Okay.
Keeping on my divine sight all the way back.
You do notice that at some point as you walk away from this warehouse, of course, that your divine sight loses sense of this strange magic that you sensed. But,
And I'm deeply uncomfortable in the recognition.
Mm-hmm. Because to you, it was the type that destroyed your town.
Yeah, so you'll probably... Anyone might notice it in my behavior.
What happens on the way back? Does anybody ask a question to Rose?
I mean,
You need to walk for an hour back. So
I
you
can't
have...
remember if we know what happened to your town. If you've told us.
It is public knowledge, the destruction of Kalkarim. It's public knowledge.
But
But
has
we
she
do
told
notice-
us that she's from there?
I can't remember. I'm not sure.
I don't.
No,
think
I
I
did
don't
not.
think so.
No, I
Only
know
Taga
this.
would know.
Yeah.
So I presume Taga would notice, pick up that you're more upset than usual. So she would probably like ask, "Are you all right?" I suppose it was an unsettling experience.
More unsettling than may have seemed. Do you remember that purple eye? That hit that eye and his entire aura had I wouldn't say necromancy, but it had a kind of dead magic, which it would be concerning enough in itself, but I recognized it from the event.
Oh. I presume that Aina would really want to know.
You would. Yeah. I'm a bit closed off about this, but he should know.
Well, I think it's important that the more about this we know, that we can stop it eventually.
Yes.
But I can understand it's quite unsettling to you.
I didn't suspect it here.
No, that wasn't just ever an ordinary average bandit leader. There was something going on with that guy. It does seem that he has some powerful illusion magic, because it turns out that whatever he was doing with like the upper was not real.
It wasn't?
No. I saw straight through it. I would recognize that craftsmanship anywhere, so it was just a cheap imitation.
I didn't.
Are you implying that we could have taken them?
Well, there were still like 20 guys there, but he was doing something.
Also, I'm not wearing my usual armor or weapons with me, so
It would be extremely irresponsible of me to put you in danger, ladies. You
Well-
will get your money back.
Oh, it's
That's
fine.
totally
Well,
fine.
we don't
Just
care about the money.
it's just gold. But I mean, I also only have my gloves, and they do.
No,
I'm
above
more-
game notes, I didn't elaborate on the event. So
No.
those two, I don't know what I'm talking about.
I presume they
And
don't
the
know,
prince.
but I would pick up on what you mean.
It's not about the gold, Romeo. It's more that I wish we could have taken them on, but it was just not smart to do.
They were right to. I've been looking around, and now it's been a few minutes, but I have not seen a single guard here around in this district.
Seems
We should-
corruption
we should,
goes deep. Did you? No, you are unfortunately not from here, so
No.
you wouldn't recognize these people.
I think
We
it
need to
m-
ask around.
Yeah, I think it might be a good idea to talk to someone higher up who's from here, like
Maybe we can.
Bo, perhaps.
Well, we did meet the king too.
Yeah, but I don't think we
I
should
don't think
inform
we
the
should
king
inform
directly.
the king about this yet. Besides, why would the king listen to us merely students at an
Yeah.
academy?
But
Well,
Bo
he'll
might.
be concerned about what goes on in his kingdom.
I guess, but I don't think he.
There are proper channels for this.
Yes, I think if we go to Bo, it might be.
Even just Einar would suffice, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yes, but I
Oh,
think
that
I
would
think
be a
both of
chilly,
them
chat.
would be
It
good.
would be a good choice. Yes.
I think Bo would be the best choice for getting it close enough to the king so that because he is part of the stewards.
Mm-hmm.
I think the stewards have the power and influence to maybe investigate into the guards.
Yeah, and I think that's the fastest way that there could be anything.
And then once they have proof, they can then go to the king maybe.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan. But
But
let's
we-
first back to the restaurant.
Yeah.
What
But
makes you
we deem Bo reliable then.
Yes. He
If
helped
there's
us last
corruption.
time.
Yeah.
He's the personal attendant.
Doesn't
Yeah, but-
seem like he would be the type of person to be corrupted.
Amiram
No.
also pops into your mind.
Yeah.
And if we can't trust people like Bo or even Einar, then who can we trust?
I don't know, corruption. This corruption makes me highly uncomfortable. But it was just, if we tell this stuff to the wrong person and it doesn't get to the king.
Well, if we must,
Well, he's the king's confidant, so why would this not get to the king?
I'm hoping it does.
I'm sure it will.
I understand your worry though, but let's solve this bit first, and then we'll
Mm-hmm.
see what else we can do.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Vita, you want to help me with fixing the dress?
Sure, and it just pulls loose all of the ribbons, and it just kind of falls back into place.
Can I have one of those ribbons? Sparky is a bit injured,
Sure.
and I start like bandaging the leg that had the claw mark, and I'm trying my best to.
How is the little guy?
A little injured, but I'm sure he'll be fine.
I pat his little hand. It'll be fine, Sparky. You'll be fine.
All right.
Once again, I thank you for your assistance, ladies.
Anytime.
No problem,
Mhm.
Romeo.
I would have
That's a
probably
big help.
lost my temper if you weren't there, and I would have gone with guards.
You're welcome.
I think this was a better solution. It isn't ideal to deal with criminals in that way, but at least no one else got hurt.
When you hear the words "got hurt," Vita,
Mm-hmm.
you for a second, you just get a massive headache.
Ooh. Oh.
You see something. You actually see an entirely different scene. In your mind, you see this. You are once again back into the warehouse, and for a second, it's almost as if you see it. And, well, I'm not going to put them down, but all those guards that would have followed him, entirely slaughtered.
Oh,
And
so
that-
the mule is okay, but everyone else
No.
is dead.
No,
He's also
He's on the ground.
Oh.
And all the guards were slaughtered, but for a second you see that Ramil is just surrounded. And then you are back in the street where you were, but you saw this as vividly as you can imagine.
Vita, what? How are you okay?
Yes, but it was strange.
They didn't mentally attack you, did they?
No, but I saw something.
For a moment you saw something like, also as if you just were just there and you witnessed this happening. As if it did happen.
Or it's going to happen. I'm not sure, but I saw something, and it was like a vision or something. I mean, something that could have happened, or perhaps is still going to happen. But
What are you talking about? Says, in this case, Ramil.
It was about you.
What?
I saw the warehouse and it was only you and those criminals there, and all those criminals they were all dead, and you were also very injured on the floor.
Correction. You saw the guards.
Oh, sorry.
The guards were slaughtered by these thieves.
Oh, I saw you and a lot of guards, and the guards were all dead, and you were also on the floor, and there were these criminals.
Are you suggesting you saw an alternative outcome?
I don't know. There weren't any guards. Perhaps it's a vision of what could be. So, Ramil, I don't think it's a good idea to go back there, even with some guards. I think you just shouldn't. It will cost a lot of lives.
I wasn't planning to. But I do need to report this, and if there's indeed corruption going on, then perhaps Lumen Einar can help.
Yes, I think he'd be pressed to know about this.
I think so too.
This is unsettling. But I have no intention of going there just by myself.
No, but you were with a lot of guards, I think, and they were all dead.
Well, if you ladies weren't here, then I would have probably barged in that place with guards. If you weren't here, then I would have done that. If you weren't here, then you would have done that. If you weren't here, then I would have done that. That just it rings into your head.
Okay, so it was an alternate.
Then it's good that we were.
Yeah, it's good that we came then.
Have you had such visions before?
I didn't I?
Not like this. Not like so specific as this.
No, not like.
You've had sometimes like your flashbacks to the incident with the fire, but not like that.
Yes. No, not really. Not that I can remember.
Terrible.
It's weird.
For a second, Rose, you also get a little headache because she glows every color.
What's going on with you now?
I'm
everyone
sorry.
Going to have a headache?
Oh, we all got things.
Like this, the night has been overwhelming with magic detection, stimulations all around. I'm sorry, Vita, your aura, it was every color of the rainbow.
Cool.
Like every kind of magic.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
I've never seen such a thing.
Me neither. I can't feel that. I don't know if I can do every type of magic.
Huh. Well, I think you're either going to be full of surprises for us.
I mean, haven't I been already?
You could say that again.
Kind of way.
Yeah. Yeah. It's I think you're going to have a great time with Cursebreakers. And you're not alone.
I hope so.
You arrive over there, where at the moment that you arrive there, you've spent 2 hours because you've walked back, so you're probably just in time until exactly midnight. If you had a fight, perhaps it would have gone different. But
Would have been too late.
And dead.
Probably.
as at the
Probably.
moment that you arrive back here, someone is, in this case, waiting for you.
Once we get close by, I go back to the dress I had before.
Oh, yeah, I
More
take
fancy.
turn off my armor.
Yeah. And there, Aina waits for you, and we pick up from there next time.
Okay.
He's not going to like this.
He is not going to be happy, no.
Well, he's going to be happy that we solved this, but he's not going to like the news that someone's, that this is happening.
You avoided combat. You could have, but you
We
avoided.
could have, but he...
We could have.
As I said,
Would have
the
died.
things you can do with a dagger, dear. You would have sliced all of them. And I would have punched them to bits. And Vita would have done something as well, I presume.
Yeah, I would have tried.
You would have healed her back to health.
You would have had Ramiro on your side.
Precisely.
I could have offered someone a.
Could have easily wiped the floor with her.
Could have, but maybe it's better that we didn't find out.
Well, I have a feeling that particular individual has a few particular tricks up their sleeves that you three haven't encountered yet.
Oh, but you have, and that's why you thought, like, we could do this.
He saw the purple eyes and was like,
No, I
Oh.
think we would have ended up the same way as your little vision showed.
Yeah, so it's a good thing we didn't.
Yeah.
What's happening?
For starters, we need more research.
well,
on
what
it.
are your thoughts? Just like above games, I need to talk about the game.
Yeah. Spannend.
Over wat specifiek?
Gewoon de hele sessie.
Nice.
Leuk.
Yeah.
Very fun.
Beetje politieke intriges.
Ja, dat. Een beetje playful,
Investigation.
playful rivalry.
Are you going after my man?
It's not your man.
Wasn't Amigo
Yes.
your man?
I saw him first.
She
I
called,
saw him first.
she called shotgun.
I got shotgun, yeah.
No, technically you didn't.
Yeah, because
But that goes
indeed.
against girl code.
Girl code.
Perhaps
Do I
a
look
bit
like
too
I
soon
care?
for girl code. We don't know you that well yet. That I
Well,
thought
girl code is girl code.